click go live stream here.
Well, you're live streaming.
I have just clicked it, and we are actually live now without me. Yeah.
Sweet.
We are live. Why does that say mute? Actually live now. Okay. We're live. There you go. This is called the Jose Shows Shit Today stream. I won't be looking at the thing. I don't know what we're doing actually.
Oh, I don't know. It's Friday.
Couldn't bear to hear Kosho talking with Lemon.
Oh, that voice. Oh.
That's just too much. Too much. Yeah, this is the Friday night fights warm up. Not that anybody can do any fighting or anything. Or even debate or talk or chat or do anything like that. We can speculate on what's going to happen tomorrow if anyone wants to have a go at that. Anyone want to speculate on where the split's going to happen within the globe, the GLARPing community?
Ooh. Don't know.
Does it really matter?
I think there's I think there's going to be a break in the realists and the globers. I think what at the minute is there's a lot of them that have been like making money out of this, so therefore they're in this for completely different reasons than seems to be those of us in this particular bit that we're in. We keep getting pushed out of that community because they're the ones that make money, and they I don't know whether they're jealous or it can't be jealousy, can it? It means I think you're taking money off them from not making any money, perhaps something like that. I've always noticed the ones that make the most money do the least work. Do you know any of the GLARPing community that have actually ever done blue?
I mean, look like, let's say, Simon Dan. What does he actually do other than just opinion?
He runs a teaching thing, doesn't he? Teaches kids and people science.
What science? Does he understand science?
Well, I mean, that's the different science, isn't it? That's the GLARP science. The GLARPing science is...
Yes, pseudoscience.
Well, it's imagined science, I think. Then you get into the debate in what is science and all of that sort of stuff. I think there's just two different types of people. There's the people who live in reality and can, observe reality and judge everything based on what they see. And then there's people who imagine things. And they imagine all sorts of things. They imagine that other people are talking about them. They imagine that it matters what they think.
Yeah, but I mean, let's say with Dan, as example, he's making some good money off of it. Do you think he's going to all of a sudden turn away from making that money? No ways. He'll rather lie to himself and live comfortable and want to live in reality. It's going to hurt too much.
I think it, I think this is like a business for them. They're YouTubers, the people that are in this. And they're just finding some way that they can earn money. Now, they'll do whatever they can to earn money. More subs, more people subscribing, more people giving them money, more super chats. That's how they make money. But, I mean, it's not just the super chats. You can't live off super chats. You want to be living off the subs, the ones, the people that pay you a monthly income. Is once you can start getting that up, then you can get guaranteed a monthly income. I think I was seeing something on that Red's Rhetoric that they get, you can have people that sub for like a monthly basis, or they do like they will give you an amount of money per video, and Red's was something like $40 that people gave him every time he made a video about a rocket launch. So all of that equipment and everything that he got off people to go down there, and no doubt the money to go down there. I don't know where he lives. He might live really close, but every time he went there and did a video, he got paid for it. Not that I'm not bothered about it, all right? Because I don't want the money, I don't need the money. So
I think the people get to a stage where that they start getting greedy, and that's why they're in the position they are today.
Well, I think they take it as a job, right? This YouTubing becomes their job, and that's how they make their money. Well,
yeah.
If you're making your money like Ranty or whatever, and you notice that there's not much money coming in on the Flat Earth side, then what do? You carry on doing what you're doing, or do you flip?
Flippity flop.
You go where the
and
money
a lot of
is,
people
don't you?
change. That's why a lot of people have hopped onto this anti-vaxxers and masking stick, because they're getting more exposure out of that now.
Yeah, the conspiracies, right? I mean, it's hard to look good demeaning people that are absolutely destroying you with a reality argument. You've got to get out. You're never going to make money. I think that's why they don't want the level argument. They can't look good doing it, going up against it, because most people will agree with the reality view. And who's going to pay you money? I mean, they keep saying, everyone's been saying to us for ages, oh, we've told you. How many people have told you that level's not horizontal and it's boring? Well, it's only boring because they don't make any money on it. They can't ridicule anybody when they're the ones that are saying stupid shit. Proper stupid shit too.
I 100% agree. Hey, daughter.
Anyway, we're over at Three Space once again on Discord. Anybody welcome to come on over. I'll just find the link. Chuck it out there in the live chat.
Does anybody out there know when that Cats and Ranty show is tomorrow?
Tomorrow at 3, you know? Out
3 UK?
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
so.
Oh, 3?
I could be wrong.
Okay, I'll have a quick look now.
It's about 4 by me then.
Have they said anything to you?
Nothing yet again. Hasn't said anything yet. I think he's
George
trying more
Nunchuck
to concentrate
and the rumpus.
with all the people
Two
trying to
hard
already
freeze-
debunk it. He's getting flack from it all over.
Let's have a look.
I'm just interested to hear what Rank has to say about it. I don't really care what Kat says about it though.
Well, Ruhif, I think I already know. I mean, I think we should get together and do a predictions thing at about 2:00. See whether we can predict what they're going to say. Now we might just
Good
have to
day,
record
everybody.
it, not go
I
out
don't know.
live. Just record it, and then we'll see how accurate we were tomorrow.
Yeah, we can do that.
A question for Cleary or Bev or whomever. Did Ranty flip flop now? Because isn't it entertaining that he's gone with CC there?
Well, that's been on the cards for ages. I mean, we spotted that way before it even happened, right? A year ago, we heard the rumblings of Ranty talking nicely about conspiracy cats, and we went,
Yeah.
"Hey up, what's going on here?"
Yeah, that was when he started going AWOL on Nathan and everybody.
So yeah,
So
this
really,
is
essentially, Bev, if you wanted to make money off this show, you could just literally teach straight line geometry. It's the same aspect as Ranty jump and vote to go to CC's because it's all about that conspiracy realm, right?
well, straight line geometry. I mean, that is reality. I mean, everybody knows Simon Dan's a science and thingy teacher. He teaches kids. You could easily teach geometry and reality sort of stuff. I mean, not that, I wouldn't charge anyone for it, because this is
Oh,
pretty
once you get enough
basic.
subscribers, though, you can, though. You can teach it. You're doing it anyway. Just put it in. I recommend that you take the time. You're doing it anyway, so why not do it in your whiteboard kid form for kids, man, and start doing it online, because at the end of the day, what you're doing is just teaching them geometry.
Well, that's what's
good.
strange, that, because Spot On was saying just that, right? At the stage we're at the minute, it is going to be much easier to aim this stuff at kids for adults, right? Because adults aren't aware of it, right? It needs to be dumbed down that much.
You've got a good way to teach kids, man. Your demeanor is perfect for a teacher, so you could do it. You could pull it off easily.
Oh, don't be.
I'd be a channel member.
If you had some sort of type
Teacher.
curriculum for a half an hour, and you put it to half an hour increments each subject content, I'd sit my daughters in front of them, in front of your teaching,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, I second that. It's good to get the children at the young age to start learning.
Just use that colorful board of yours, some water, and some little, just something to make it
Practical
fun, right?
demonstration.
Like, I see you doing it, so I don't see why you wouldn't at least consider it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're already considering going through the Euclidean geometry. How to go through it. And
in all
how
fairness,
to represent it on the board. I suppose it could be done.
Absolutely. Euclid's Elements was the second book ever made and sold around the world next to the Bible, so bring it back.
Second most published editions of books, rewrites and whatnot, like the Bible, which should tell you something, right?
Absolutely. But funny thing is Pythagoras was before Euclid, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So when you research that stuff, it's interesting how you from what I said to prior one of your shows, that they literally did not like the fifth postulate, the parallel postulate, right? So we went back there. So it's interesting if you ever get to a kid show on that.
Don't say they didn't like it. They did.
They
it's
didn't.
Perfect. It's just a triangle axiom.
I get it. But what I'm trying to say is that early astronomers fought tooth and nail to prove that wrong. They actually had
no, they didn't. No.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah, but you're gonna repeat a lie to make it sound like we think.
Let me clarify
that.
then.
We don't.
No. I'm not saying that you think that. I'm saying that earlier history says that they all sat around and pondered this postulate, and in fact, they all came up with their same. And what ended up being is that they came up with their own version of it, which ended up being the same as Euclid's anyway. But they all
Data, real quick. Are you confused at all by the triangle axiom? I mean, the parallel postulate.
Okay, so
I'm not.
290 degrees on the perpendicular, creating a parallel lines will not converge, right? The whole
No.
point is
No.
taking
No.
those.
No.
No.
So
No,
taking the
no.
so you take two lines and you lay a stick across it.
Yeah.
They'll create 290 degrees.
No.
No. Less than.
On the
They will-
side on which there are less than 2 right angles,
Yeah,
if
they will
those
converge.
sides are extended indefinitely, they will meet, i.e., forming the third angle of a triangle.
Right, but that's if they're great. That's if they're
On the
less than.
side that which are less than 2 right
That
angles.
is what the postulate says,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
That's
I know,
what it says.
yeah, I understand
Yeah.
that. But what they tried to do is if you take two sticks.
Yeah, what
Then
they've
you lay
tried
one
to
line.
do, right, is they've tried to confuse people, especially like you, into thinking that it is something it isn't. And then you have to disprove the something that it isn't because you don't have to do it, right? It's not it says nothing about parallel lines. It only says a triangle. Triangle's formed on the side that is less than 2 right angles, meaning a triangle's formed with 180 degrees once you divide it into that, or to the same as 2 right angles. That's all
what I'm
it
saying.
says.
So-
Now, in the definitions, definition 35 is the definition of straight parallel lines never converging. Never.
Yes, they hated that postulate. So
Why hate it?
So-
It says what it says. And don't
I
even
know.
bring up Bernard Riemann, please. God.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not. It's actually before him anyway. But and needless to say, there was a lot of people that tried to write their own axiom based on that postulate, and ended up
It
deriving
is an
the same.
axiom.
I know, but they still had to come up with their own interpretation. In other words, but ended up anyway just rewriting the same thing Euclid said. That's what ended up happening. So they tried and they tried and they tried and they came to the same conclusion Euclid did, but using just different.
It's not a
Different
conclusion.
explanations.
Euclid didn't come to a conclusion. It's an axiomatic system.
Yes, you had a postulate.
If it
and then the
didn't
postulate went from-
work, then the rest of the geometry wouldn't work. It does work, and the geometry does work. The only thing that doesn't work is if you try and put a globe. If you try and make it into a globe, it doesn't work. The geometry literally doesn't support the globe model. So
Yes, I
the
got it.
only people that had a problem with it are the people that want that geometry that doesn't support a globe model to support the globe model. They can't get it to do it, so therefore they had to teach people not logic. They had to get rid of the geometry so people don't know what geometry brings and how it is and how logic formulates it from reality. They're the only people that have done it.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
That there is
can I get
correct.
that segue?
Mm-hmm.
Can I get that segue?
Go on.
Because we kind of brushed over the word, and it has a lot to do with the logic, and that is the axiomated system, the axiomatic system. I think in this in this discussion that we've been having for the last 5 years, I don't think a lot of people even know what axiom means and why it's an axiomated. Like, it's you have to start somewhere, like at a point, and build on that point. That's the axiom part of the. So I think maybe we should go through what an axiomatic.
That's a good point. That
Because
is a
I
good point.
don't think a lot of people understand how axioms work.
It's one of the
I don't have time to go through how an axiom system works, but that's what I think a lot of people are struggling with when we go through Euclid.
Yeah. Well, like I say, you would bang on, right? You have to go back to the ultimate basics. You have to start at a point. Right now, we do start at the point, nothing within
Yeah,
geometry.
what is the point?
Yeah. Well, that's the definitions, right? The definitions lay out what it is. That's where you start off at. In a
I agree.
system, if you're going to talk about anything, you have to know the meanings of the words you're going to actually use. So that should always be the first place to start. Luckily, Euclid does. He starts with the definitions to define everything. Now, these are mathematical definitions. So that means these are standard words that can't be messed about with. You can't go against any of the definitions of the words once they're laid out.
Got another interjection.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Definitions are meaningless.
Definitions are
Through HIF 2020.
most meaningful thing, because you have to start. That's where you start. You start on the meanings of words that you're going to use in order to describe the rest of the stuff. So, of ultimate meaning is the words that we use. It's so yeah. Start with the definitions. Then you have to say, well, there are certain things that cannot be defined, and there are rules that don't need to be, shouldn't need to be said. They are that obvious that you shouldn't really need to write them down. Now, obviously, you can't do everything like that, although the ballers would want you to. The ballers would... Who's ever heard of an argument of the meaning of the word if? And I think I've heard also another argument of the meaning of the word and within these realms. I mean, probably both of them, I think. Rumpus, but we all know Rumpus is here to talk shite and obfuscate. So that the axioms are the meanings of the understanding of things like, if you have a whole of something and you halve it, then each of the halves are equal to one another. Something like that, right? It doesn't need to be said normally, but it's good to clarify it, right? That there's no argument afterwards. Things like two straight lines cannot enclose a space. I mean, simply put, I mean, that's...
And they hated that. They hated that. They were frustrated with that.
Do you know why? Do you know why they hate that?
Yeah.
I know why.
Go on.
Tell me.
Because Bernard Riemann said
No.
that...
No! God.
Let me finish.
No,
This is coming out of
it's
his
not
own mouth.
because
No, just
Bernard
tell us what it
Riemann...
means.
Because we cannot use Euclidean geometry.
No, it's loads simpler than that.
Okay. Well, if you don't want me to explain what I read, why, and why they hated
This
it,
isn't what you read. This is what you can
Your
do.
understanding, not Bernard Riemann.
Yeah.
I'm documenting this stuff from history, right? Writing it down, their arguments, what they said. So, what they said is that it's perfect for everyday life and it's reality here, right? It's reality here. That's the most important thing. They even admit it's reality here. That's why they use Euclidean, but they can't use reality for their space, for up in the heavens. That's literally what they said.
It's not.
No,
That's what Bernard Riemann said anyway.
No.
That's not your thoughts. That's Bernard Riemann. If you don't know what Euclid
I agree
meant,
with him. I agree with him that reality is all Euclidean here, right? And yeah, while we can triangulate to things in the skies, we're doing it over an extended plane. That's why straight lines work.
No.
all right. So what would be a scenario where someone would claim that something is a straight line and two straight lines enclose a space? Can you think of a situation?
Abstract mathematics only.
In this topic, in this Earth-shaped topic, can you imagine a shape where they take straight lines and they curve them, and two of the straight lines they call straight lines enclose a space?
Only in abstract math.
Clear,
That's
you
it.
just said they take two straight lines and curve them.
Yes.
You just said they
that's
take two
Yes,
straight
they
lines
do,
and curve
though.
them.
Yes,
They do.
That's what I said. Yeah.
They do.
Then they're not straight anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
So,
Exactly.
So I said not in reality, right? So they can't do it using reality.
Yes,
They
but
have to
can you think of a way to think and show somebody right now an example of two straight lines, supposed straight lines, enclosing a space?
On a 3D ball. That's it.
To two
Thank you. Thank you. That took a little
longitudinal
while.
but not in real life.
Exactly. Not in reality.
That's,
On a,
listen, Data. That's why they had a problem. Do you think this flat Earth, round Earth debate just started 5 years ago? This has been
No,
going on
dude.
for 2,500 years.
yes, brother.
At
I got
least.
that all written down. Yes. Yeah. And what I wanted to show you is the hijacking and the argument and the conclusion and the admission of them even admitting they have to have their spherical geometry.
Yeah.
Or Einstein stuff won't work.
No, that
yeah.
Einstein stuff is a backwards thing. They needed that for orbits, right? Then they have a problem, right? Because they've gone, well, that works for orbits and stuff, but now we've got to convince people that we live on a ball, right? And then one of the axioms of Euclidean geometry states two straight lines cannot enclose a space.
And that's
well, it
reality.
just so happens the geometry they've made has two straight lines enclosing a space. So right there and then, you are going against the geometry that everyone has used forever. Right up
That's why
until
they-
that point. So that's
why they
why
changed the
spherical
dimension.
geometry is needed.
Yeah, that's why they changed the dimension.
That's why it has to be
Yeah.
2D. The
you
spherical
have to be in a
geometry
different
has to be the
dimension,
two-dimensional surface of a sphere because two straight lines cannot enclose a space. You've got to conceptualize it.
Yep. And why do you think these people, the same people, Data, why do you think they don't like the what you call a parallel postulate?
Because
don't-
it defies their math. It defies their concept.
It
Because they've
defines
never
the
dug a
triangle
hole
as
before.
what?
I'm sorry.
It defines a triangle as how many degrees?
What do you mean defines the triangle as how many degrees? What are you saying?
Two lines less than
180.
2 right lines.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Okay, good job.
So
You sounded different, but yeah.
it's not a parallel postulate. It's a triangle having 180 degrees axiom.
Right. Which is why they call it that.
Yeah, so
Parallel
if you
postulate.
can confuse people enough into thinking they're arguing something about parallel lines when they're not, and convince them that it's all about parallel lines and not triangles having 180 degrees, then you can convince people that they can live on a ball and triangles can have more than 180 degrees. It's axiomated.
Bam.
A
And that's what I
triangle
write-
cannot have
Damn.
more than 180 degrees.
That's basically what I write about why I debunk the parallel postulate as an argument. It's because it's not based in reality because of what you just stated.
It's not a parallel
Creating a
postulate.
triangle-
Stop calling it parallel postulate.
I
They
don't call
want
it
you
that.
to call it that.
That's what I'm saying. I understand that. That's what I mention when I write about it. Is we have to get rid of that. To understand why you need to get rid of it, you need to know where
No,
it began.
Dude, we need to get rid of the name, the parallel postulate. It's perfect. It's an axiom. It works. Triangles have 180 degrees. The axiom is correct.
Data, you don't have to argue.
That's why I
it.
said
We're not
I'm
arguing.
arguing it.
axiom. I'm
Okay,
trying
so
to
hold
get
on. I
into
have
the axiom.
my title of the
People don't know
chapter
what an
here-
axiom is.
An axiom is basically a common understanding of fact, where a postulate is a specific hand about geometry.
Wrong.
Well, here I'll read the definition for you. The
They're
distinction
both the
between a
same.
postulate, the distinction, because this is in my chapter here. The distinction between a postulate and an axiom is that a postulate is about a specific subject at hand. In this case, geometry. While an axiom is a statement we acknowledge to be more generally true, it is in fact. So
No, an axiom is the system, the start and the process. It's a process, the axiom system. That's why
okay,
it's
so I labeled my.
axiomated.
I get it. So I labeled the chapter Euclidean's fifth postulate was the birth of the globe. that's basically how I labeled the chapter and how they went in and changed the 180 into a converging triangle.
Dude.
That title is weird, man.
Yeah. Can
Euclidean
Well,
fifth postulate is the birth of a globe.
And
I'll come back
and
in.
still, we're not talking about what an axiom is.
Well, this is what 'cause Einstein couldn't even do spherical geometry, right? He needed like a mathematician. All he could do was Euclidean. So you find all this stuff out about these guys inventing it, coming up with it, and why they needed to come up with it is because they could not contradict his axiom. Okay, they tried reading, writing it their own way. So what they did is they just said, no, we're just going to take lines and bend them. That's essentially what they just did. Okay, and then they come up with abstract math to follow that postulate. So I'm trying to make a fair title here, because yes, this conversation has never ended, right? But there's a birth into how everything is birthed into the world conceptually. And it is by the hijacking, misrepresentation, and denial of reality around us, right? That's what I'm trying to document properly. So give me a better title for the name then. Euclid's fifth postulate was the birth of the globe, because as far as I understand, everybody in astronomy didn't like that axiom.
How about
because it
the
confined
12th?
them.
The 12th axiom is perfect.
What about what's the 11th axiom?
Oh, I don't know. I have everything
All
written
right
down.
angles are equal, I think.
Nice. So I'm trying to
And
record
the
this for
10th,
history.
the 10th axiom is
Yeah.
no two straight lines can enclose.
Hey,
a
we're going to
space.
be in history books. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, look, dude, it's going to be part. What happens to the material? I'm documenting this because this is fascinating, man. The argument has been around forever. I've read Gerhard Hickson. I've read Wallace. I've read all these other books.
Dude, the argument has not been around forever.
Well, according to history, it has been since Axiomenes versus Pythagoras. So yeah.
Yeah. Who wrote those history books?
So I'm glad you said that. So what I
winners?
do is, yeah, exactly. So what I do, and I agree, is that I actually have several historic books, and if I find a correlation between them, and they're written by, like, I go like, as old as I can find.
Have a look in the Euclids, in the history books of all of those editions of Euclid that was wrote.
Yes, man. There's
when
lots, yeah.
all of the axioms disappeared, all the common notations.
Well,
Find when
1300s.
those disappeared, and it turned into just 5.
The 1300s was a very interesting period in time in the Middle East.
It was still in the 1800s.
No, but 1300s, from what I researched, but there's a mad rush. I mean, you look at the first Middle Eastern. I can't remember I have to go look at the chapter, the name of these guys that studied the sun analemma from the movement of the sun. They weren't looking at rotation. They were mapping.
Dude, this is Euclid's geometry.
Yeah, dude. I mean, why
thought
is
we were
it
talking about geometry.
You always want to come in and like try to monologue and stuff. Why don't you just have a conversation?
Yeah.
You don't have to prove anything to us. It seems like we tell you something and then you tell it back to us, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just telling you the problem in the 1300s when they were doing the sun analemma, they were all using Euclidean, right, to map all this stuff out.
Everyone was using Euclidean up until the 1900s.
Mm.
There was no non-Euclidean. It was Einstein that brought around non-Euclidean geometry.
Well, it was
what year was that? 1912?
No, it's
somewhere
Bernard
around
Green.
there.
1830 to 1850 was introduced mathematically, but then it was not, I guess, expanded upon until Einstein came up.
Wasn't.
But it was
because spherical geometry, spherical trigonometry, have been done for ages. Because I don't know how far you've looked into this, but spherical trigonometry will have disappeared, right? As though it wasn't there. Because it's melded and fixed itself. It's now spherical geometry. It's the same thing, but in order to get to do spherical trigonometry, you have to fully understand Euclidean geometry and all of the aspects of it. Because the sphere, if you ever noticed in all of the books of Euclid, isn't there. The sphere comes in when they add all of the other aspects of angles and cubes and all of that, and they put a sphere within it. And then they can start interpolating the cube and the angles to the surface of the sphere. That's where they call spherical trigonometry. I mean, that was been known for years, that people used to do this sort of stuff with maths. That's how mathematical brains work. They just keep doing stuff. And once they've done everything and there's nothing else to do, well, what do you do with those minds of people? You just put an imagination in there. And then you ask them questions then. What would happen if? And that's where all of these other geometries come about. What would happen if the parallel postulate, let's say. What happens if parallel lines do meet? What happens if there's no parallel lines? What happens if there's an infinite amount of parallel lines? That's where you end up with all sorts of fancy other things once you add imagination to it. Can't help it, but I mean that's what minds do. And it seems like there is a lot of minds that at the minute that are willing to go there. It's a puzzle. And if it's a puzzle that you can't work out, well, it's even more of a puzzle. But the one thing that all of this geometry and all of the stuff is it's not about parallel lines, because parallel lines are in reality that it's a real thing. Straight lines also, they're in reality. They're definitely straight. I don't have a concept of straight that is actually curved. That doesn't come into it, and there's no many. It doesn't matter how many people on Discord that can try and tell me that I don't know what a straight line is, and straight lines actually curve. And they call me a moron for it. But they're the same people that take the parallel postulate as being about parallel lines, where it doesn't mention parallel lines at all. You see, it irks me.
Are you going to have a chapter with the new math we've created, nugometry?
Nugometry. The angular
basically,
size.
I have a chapter called Perspective is Not Earth Curvature, and in there I break down the straight line calculation. You can calculate dip and hidden just with straight lines and angles, no presupposition of a sphere. So
you can't
it's only
do that.
It's only I can be using Snell's law and straight line geometry for rough calculations. So you can do that and find out that there's correlations between the two, but again, it's just mathematics. And what it's showing you is that I don't need to have a ball to calculate anything hidden. I can use foreshortening, refraction effects. It's just what I suppose my math is, right? If I suppose my math is spherical, there's the drop hidden, or I suppose my math is refraction. So
interesting, you call it math.
It's calculations, bro. That's all it is.
Well, it's that calculations. I don't know. When you say calculate, I've heard a lot of people say this. I mean, I think, have you seen the Blackpool picture that Ranty says he's going to use? He's done calculations to that. So what would the calculations be that you're talking about?
So using the Rayleigh criterion versus Rayleigh criterion versus Earth curvature, right? Like basically, I break down the eye and your angular resolution limit in devising the apparent circumference of the Earth, and then showing you for a 6-foot observer how you can devise a whole process of spherical information, negating optics. And so that's basically how I've shown the calculations. It's nothing new.
Do you think a nugget could be? Do you think a nugget could be the same angular size as the Blackpool Tower?
That's the difference about perspective, right?
There's Blackpool Tower.
I saw that.
Yes.
I think that's priceless. It's fantastic.
Right. So what do you reckon?
The problem is
what do you reckon we would do? Where would the calculations occur with that picture? Right.
Well, first of all, you'd have to know the height of it, and then I can measure the degree. So if you're 6 feet height, I can measure the degree of that and find the location of the distance. using basic trigonometry. So that's how you determine the difference between, forcing perspective.
Go on, what do you mean the degree?
Well, the angle, straight line to you. So for
Right,
instance,
from the-
I could,
from
I
where
as long as
to
I know
where?
your, as long as I know
What's
your
that measured in?
height, what is what measured in? As long as I know the height of you, Rob, and then I can measure the degree of that chicken nugget, then I can determine the distance to it.
Yeah.
And
That's
But
not
that can
the
chicken
distance
nugget.
part is measured
There's
in
the chicken
radians,
nugget.
right?
it can be measured in that facet for sure. You can take a degree and turn it into radians. Sure, no problem.
So okay, how did we do that then?
Okay, so for instance, how high is your chicken McNugget?
What do you mean?
How high are you there?
Just a picture.
I know, but how high are you holding up your picture? We need to know one variable, okay, which is at least the distance
Well,
to it
yeah,
or the height to it.
Ranty knows where the picture was taken from. He's going off that top picture there, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about your chicken McNugget to knowing where it is difference to the black pool. You're just forcing perspective in this
Yeah,
case.
well, you're just
which
doing
means-
Blackpool and the mountains, aren't you?
No, I'm doing your chicken McNugget.
No,
so if
yeah,
you're
I know,
6
but
feet
just
high-
do.
Hang on.
Just do
Cleary, do you think you can just restate your question?
I'm asking what calculations
I don't
he's
remember
doing
what I said specifically.
on that picture.
It was to do with the angular size of the chicken McNugget. That's why we're talking about the chicken McNugget. And
Yeah, I said,
angular
do you
size
believe
of
that the
chicken
angular,
McNugget?
do you believe the Blackpool Tower could be the same angular size as the chicken nugget? It is.
Yeah.
Bev,
See.
Bev, your photo
Yeah.
that's under the one from Cats.
Yeah.
Would you think if you had to move more to the left, like he does, to have the same angle of Black Tower and that mountain behind it, do you
it's
think it
further
was?
to the right.
Yeah, to the right,
Yeah.
yeah. Because it sort of looks like your mountains are a bit higher than his.
I don't know. I think it's about the same, about to the bottom. But you see there, because
What
of the
were
mountain.
the refractive conditions on the atmosphere that day?
You see the mountain
Looks
in the
like,
background.
Never mind me. Don't
right?
mind me.
You've got the mountain in the background. You've got the tower and the nugget. They're all occupying the same angular size, aren't they? From the top
Actually,
to
yeah.
the bottom. If that's how you'd measure it, wouldn't you? From the angle from the bottom to the top. Right, Data?
No, in navigation, I would have to know.
In the picture, if you were measuring the angle, you would just measure the angle from the bottom to the top. That's all you do. Right?
Well, I mean, if you're going to, okay, for any kind of accurate measurement, you need to know one true variable. You need to know either the distance to it, 100%, or you need to know the height. You cannot guess those.
What the size of the nugget? It was about.
So
it was about 8 centimeters. It was an 8 centimeter nugget. Is that all right?
Yeah, but
for you?
that's
There you
again.
go. Off you
Then
go.
again, are you zooming in with a camera?
That's a nice nugget.
So you have to actually know one true variable to get.
Blackpool Tower looking nugget that we could find. It
In
is
navigation,
similar shape.
all I need is the height, and
We're
then
not
through
Do you
talking
think you're
about
seeing the-
navigation data.
Yeah. Do you think you're seeing the true size of the Blackpool Tower?
Absolutely not. Of course not, gentlemen.
Nor
How
are
do
we
you
seeing
measure?
the true size of the mountain.
We're seeing the apparent angular size due to perspective. Everything will converge into a cone.
It's just an angle, though. It's not an apparent angular size if you can measure an angle. Like, if I had a tool there,
None of
and
your
not just a
measurements-
camera, right?
None of
If
your
I had a
measurements
tool,
will-
you could put it at the bottom and then lift it up to the top and go measure that angle, right? Now, that angle that you would measure would be the same for the Nugget and Blackpool Tower, wouldn't they?
Yeah, no, you'd have to. So that's why I'm saying you need to know one true variable, either the distance to the object to get the right angle, or the height of the
Yeah, well,
object.
you
to get
do.
the
You
distance.
know the height of Blackpool Tower. I mean, this is. I'm asking you at the beginning,
So,
right?
so what I could
What
do,
do
what
you
I could do in
imagine-
reality,
What do you
what I can do in
imagine
reality.
Ranty's going to be doing, Data? When
So what I can do.
Ranty gets this picture, what could you do with this
So
picture?
In reality, if we're using the focal length of 50 mil or greater, we're gonna have to add optics, and optics and
What
the
could
time
you
spectrum.
do with that picture data? What could you do? What could you
Honestly,
surmise from that
fuck,
picture?
fuck all. That's the truth. Fuck all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well done. But you
That's the whole
reckon
point. No need for any other conversation.
if you knew the
Just the
position
picture.
where you are, right, you could put that on a map somewhere, couldn't you? And you
If I knew
could.
the distance, if I knew the distance to it, yes, I could measure the angle and find out how high it is. Correct. Yep. Approximately. It's
Well,
not a perfect thing, but
do you not think you could find out how high Blackpool Tower is without measuring
not with
an angle?
not without knowing the actual distance. No.
Well, you could,
Not accurate.
like, if you know where the camera is, right, and where the picture's been taken from, like, do you think you can find out where Blackpool Tower is?
So I need one true variable. Without it, the picture is
A
useless.
variable.
Yeah, which is either height of the object, or the distance to
Does
the
that
object.
vary?
Dude, you do know
That would
where the
vary on
picture's
your
been
location
taken.
on Earth. Yeah.
Katz has told us where the picture's been taken from. I've been there to find out where it looks right, so I can tell you the exact position where that picture's been taken from. I can tell you
should be
that.
able to do you should be able to do a rise over run to get the degree. Yeah.
No, well, you already know the distance to Blackpool Tower. You already know the height of Blackpool Tower. These are marked things. They're known.
Then I would be able. Then I would be able to get the degree.
You know how far away the mountains are. You know the height of the mountains. You just get an elevation check, right? So you do already know 4 distances, don't you? If you know where the picture's been taken from.
Just need one, height or distance.
Well, no, I'm just telling you, you do already know these. So if you already know 2 sides of the triangle, right?
Yeah, you would need rise over run and then turn it into a degree, right? So for you, your rise over run would be different from Blackpool's rise over run. Therefore, it'd be a different degree.
They would be the same. The distance. When you do trigonometry, what is the point of you doing trigonometry? Do you think?
Well, measurements to objects, measuring angles to build, things like that. Navigation, it's real easy. If I have a map and I know my heights of all my mountains, I can approximate how long it's going to take for me to walk between those 2 points by calculating the distance divided by the degree, which I can use my own hand to determine the degree.
Yeah, see, I think you've got a really bad misconception of what you're doing. Like, at no point when you are navigating are you bothered about elevation.
No, I'm not saying bothered about elevation. Hear me out again. This is not my stuff. This is practical. I've used it in practical settings. It works fine for navigating. So if I'm up in the mountains and I have a map, and on that map I can see a mountain, and on my map it tells me how high that mountain is. Seriously, all I have to do is hold my hand up to it, whether it's my pinky, whether it's my fist. I'll get a rough approximate degree because your hand is measured. You can use your pinky to your fist to your hang loose symbol, whatever.
We've already been through this. I think it's
so it works.
Bullshit.
Just so you know, it works approximately. It's not 100% accurate, but it works.
1 second. I think we've been through this before. I'm sure I just said it as well. What is the elevation angle for? What do you imagine it gets used for? Because I know you're trying to justify it for people like Ranty and Ruhif and all of those people that want to look out at the horizon and measure an angle.
About that. I'm just actually using trigonometry for what it is, and everything is straight lines and angles. I don't have to calculate a curve of an Earth.
Okay, well, I'll give you an idea what trigonometry's for, right? It's because you can't measure one length of a side, right? You do know a distance, and you can get an angle. So therefore, you can have a go at using trigonometry to predict the unknown side, like the distance of that other side of the triangle, right? That's why trigonometry would be used, to predict the other side of a triangle, the unknown side, right? It never, ever gets used to predict an angle, because you already have the known distances already.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
It's basically for what I use it for is knowing the distance to objects. That's it. Because if I have the height and the degree, I can get the distance to it. That's it.
Right. Well, you know, if you are doing that, because that distance that would be wanted to be known would have to be, because it's in reality, the vertical distance.
It's all right angle triangles, Bev.
Yeah. That's what I say. But that
It's all right angle
that
triangles.
is an elevation distance off in the distance of a distance away, isn't it?
Yeah. So
Right,
when you
okay.
use photo,
Wait a minute.
when
Whoa. Don't
sorry, go ahead.
don't stop. Don't let me stop now, right? Because the line that we would be making for the base of the triangle would be called a horizontal, right? And at a distance away, the side that we are predicting of a triangle would be the other right line, the right angle, the vertical. So that would put a
that's the height of the
vertical at right angles from a horizontal a distance away from the position that you are at. Now, can you see the problem?
It doesn't work on a ball, my friend.
It's got parallel vertical lines
That's
on
right,
the
it's got a-
horizontal. The
that's right,
horizontal
right.
is a line of distance.
Yes, plus the perpendicular to the horizontal is the vertical of the tower that you're trying to make your way to. So yeah,
The one that you've already got the distance for.
the height for
Yeah. So the angle isn't needed at all. But you just a bit ago, you were trying to use and find that angle.
No, I don't need the angle. I just need the degree, which could be measured with your fist, your hand.
The
right?
degree, that's an angle.
I understand. So in navigation, all I do, for instance, if I was at your location, Bev, and I held up my finger, my pinky finger,
Your middle finger.
Yeah. Like,
Why do you
right,
keep
dude,
talking about holding your hand up?
for navigation,
Because-
right?
Yes,
All you're
yes,
bothered
I'm
about,
telling
just
you.
put yourself on a boat in the water, right? And try and use this
Gentlemen, they used
method
their hands-
for
They
doing.
used their hands to navigate in the past, man.
No,
they didn't have.
put yourself
they
on
didn't have the
water,
quadrants,
dude.
They didn't have all that.
Put
When you didn't
yourself
have
on
it,
water.
what?
Put yourself on water and do this
Yeah.
navigation thing. What use is there finding whatever it is that you're finding? You're just
Okay, so
on
if you
about
have-
your azimuthal angle.
Yes, very tricky with your hands, but their Viking compass, along with if you had your Viking compass would point
Dude,
you
you're
north.
just on the water. You want to know whether you're going north, west,
Yes,
south,
I would use a Viking
east.
compass.
That's it. You don't need to
I would
know
use
how
a-
far upwards you're going. You're on water. There's nowhere
Yes,
else for you to go. You just need to know the direction. As you
Correct.
do on land. Nobody needs to know how high up the mountain is. You can see the mountains in front of you. You know you've got to get to the other side of it. You can choose whether you go straight up over the mountain or around
I
it.
get it. But with maps, topography maps, you have elevation, and as long as you have elevation, you can determine the distance to wherever you want to go using your own hand.
No, hand angles
Yes.
are.
Here, I'll show you.
Well, we use nuggets.
You have a standard nugget formulation,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
if it works out to be
Yeah, angular
to the
nugget.
eye, it's
The
to the
nugget
eye at a
size.
certain distance. For the eye at a certain distance, you can classify it as 1 arc minute, or 1 degree, if you want, and then you can know
We
know
call
that
them
you would need 10.
anglets.
You would
How's
need
about
you would
that?
need
Do you like
10.
that?
You would need 10 nuggets to make 10
10
degrees,
anglets.
right?
And the darker side always points north. So-
Yeah.
And if you get hungry, voila.
Yeah.
Delicious. I am getting hungry with the
That
chicken
was-
nuggets in my.
That was the last one to get ate. I felt, I don't know whether to frame it and bring it home with us just so you could see.
So that nugget in width would probably be about 10 degree in width, right? Which would be
What?
if you had that. Hold on, if you held that
No,
if
it's
you hold
just
that.
Dude, that is just
Yeah.
freestyling all the way.
I'm just trying to look at that nugget and see how because that would
10
fit across the
degrees.
knuckles.
Wow.
Let me finish.
You've obviously
turned
heard
it on-
Rick here has some big nuggets, but a 10-degree nugget.
If you turn that nugget on its side horizontally, it would go across your knuckles. From your pinky to the end of your knuckle is actually considered 10 degrees, right? And if you hold your hand in front of you,
Yeah.
your fist is literally from
You
knuckle
ever
to knuckle.
seen how big
considered
my
10
hands
degrees.
are?
So I'm just saying, if that nugget was turned horizontal, it would fit over your knuckles. That would be a 10-degree nugget. In other words, you could use that as a
10-degree
measuring
nugget.
You
Come
could use
on.
You could use that nugget and use it as a base
Abuse,
as 10 degrees on the horizontal, and you could determine the
That's
distance.
nugget abuse, bro.
10 degree.
Nugget abuse. I want to report it.
Yeah, nugget abuse. That's definitely
I'm just saying.
oversized.
I didn't create this. I'll show you what I mean when I'm talking about. I'll post an image here. One second.
He's talking about turning it sideways on there.
We really don't do no. You can't do sideways nugs, can you? I mean, like that's only at night time.
Yeah.
So we do vertical nugs in the daytime.
You know what's
Well,
funny?
Comparing
It's
with
funny.
Blackpool Tower.
I was about to enter in navigating with nuggets.
You
Too
could
funny.
do it, yeah. You could go to LIGO. You could get Zanuck to do a horizontal nugget, couldn't you? If you would.
Yeah, your nuggets might roll downhill.
This would roll to the center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of
If you
where
use
else
the
we can
nugget
do
as a
to check the
plumb bob, they
angular
would
size of a
Point inward.
nugget. You can see the mountains in the background there, just about. Wow!
So I just posted
look
what
at
I'm
this!
saying.
Look at he's doing the gang signs, flat Earth data
So-
gang
so-
signs.
So I'm just saying you could use that to navigate as long as you know the height of objects. You can use your hand to find the degree and therefore find the distance. It's all right angle, right? It's all triangles, man. Straight lines.
Yep. Yeah, it helps a lot when you're in the bush.
And the reason why is because you can back in the day they navigated this way without tools, right? And they devised this by using circular objects, mind you, in the distance to find out 1 degree, 60 arc seconds, and so forth. 60
That's
60 arc seconds.
azimuthal, though, isn't it?
No, that can be used. Like I said, as long as you know the height of an object, you can literally hold your hand up to that object in the distance that you know the height to and approximately calculate a straight line path to it.
You mean you can look at something in front of you and go, that's a straight path, I'll go that way.
You can measure how long it takes you to get there. So, for instance, if it was 3 miles away, you'd be like, okay, it's 3 miles away. It's going to take me this long to get there by walking. It's not perfect because the land isn't completely flat. It's undulated, hills and valleys and so forth. But you get a straight line to that target.
Yeah, like if it was like you were at the top of a mountain and you had some skis on it and it was nice snowy weather. Like
This is just for navigation, man. No, this is for
I
basic
never
navigation.
did any experiments. I just looked at shit.
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah. It's just you don't need to do experiments. You just look at shit.
Let me throw a
I-
little wrinkle in here.
Let me
You know what?
clarify that. That's what Speak Truth said in a live stream, and it got clipped. And I think it's hilarious to just not do any experiments, shit, and say I was a flat earther that it's not a flat earther, but a little believer again.
Those sounded like is
Not-
John
not
Bernard's in here.
Yeah.
Proper shite, Mike. That Rob. Proper.
I'll just add something here. Someone from 200 miles offshore with no reference points, anyone who's going to use their knuckles for 5 degrees or spread their fingers for 10, we would call that person
So
lost.
there is limitations. Just so you know, there's limitations. You can't see, 1.0. Like 0.42 arc minutes, you're gonna have a hard time seeing past that point using your finger or hand, man. So
So it's
it's
very
just
short distance, right?
it
That's how you
Hey,
end
no,
up.
no, no. I gotta stop. I gotta stop it there with my
That's how
shit,
you end
Mike.
up in
Because
Greenland.
hey,
Yeah.
are those arc minutes measured in radians?
they can be, yeah, for sure.
So
Just another
angles.
unit.
No, an arc minute is already a degree. It's not measured in radians. It's
You
already
can though.
a
Okay.
degree.
You can divide
My
it by
bad.
60. You can divide it by 60 to get its radians.
Divided by 60. What? No, you do
So
not
if I
take
have-
an
if I
angular
have-
measurement,
oh, sorry.
divide it by 60 and get
Not radians, my
60
bad.
minutes,
Arc
60
seconds. That's
seconds.
arc seconds. Arc seconds, my bad. You can take arc seconds and get the radiance out of it by yeah, you can. 1 second. I think it's times by
Do
57.30.
you think you can measure 1/3600th of a degree
No,
with your
absolutely
hand?
not. Absolutely not.
5 degree over 200 miles.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's what I'm saying. It's
that
within
looks
reason,
wrong.
right?
What I'm saying is that it works for navigation up to 5 to 10 miles easily, no problem. Anything past
Yeah.
that point, you're limited,
Yeah.
right?
That's what I said. Especially in the bush, it works perfect if you want to navigate at night.
It's just
If
a
you don't
general
have-
direction.
And this is what I'm jotting down because even I didn't know this basic form of navigation, and I find it absolutely fascinating.
Even you. Wow.
Wow.
I didn't know shit until I started researching flat Earth, guys. So I appreciate the involvement here because without the sharpening of steel, each of us doing it, then
Well,
I wouldn't be able to do it.
We're not doing flat Earth here. We're just doing what you do in reality, right?
Exactly. That's what I mean, man.
Horizontal. We just do
The flat Earth comes
horizontal.
in when they say that Rumpus could navigate his way back from open ocean over me. That's the flat
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah, I think Rob Keane is the only flat earther here, but that's just because it gets under people's skin, like that I work with, walk around spinning globes on their watches and shit.
Try having
Got
the
this-
name Flat Earth Data, Rob.
I know
Are you
this guy. He's
two-dimensional,
got an
Rob?
Apple Watch. What? He's got an
Are you
Apple Watch.
two-dimensional?
He walks around.
He's got a
And in the
little E
globe
as
on his
well.
Apple Watch.
Look at that.
well, my name is a flat geoid, so
True enough. Anything to trigger them. My problem is my YouTube channel. I couldn't really comment on anything else other than flat Earth because if I did, the comments are the comments aren't focused on what the material is. It's a deflection or distraction when I make a comment with flat Earth Data on YouTube, right?
Who gave us
Defending
Who
your
gave us
name.
the name Flat Earth? Who gave us that name, Flat
well,
Earth?
It
Yeah,
equals
it wasn't me.
33. It equals 33, right? So
society.
you
Yeah.
tell me.
the society.
What?
It's a
Dude, don't diss
misnomer.
the Masons. All they like is geometry. Is that what you're saying?
I don't diss no Mason, not at all. It's not about dissing Mason because at the end of the day, there's good and bad in any group. Don't matter what it is. If flat Earth equals 33, which has ties to the master number. Why it has ties to the master number? I have no idea. I didn't make the name flat Earth.
I'm just talking about the name Flat Earth came from Flat Earth Society, right? I mean, do you want to be associated with that? I don't.
No, I'm not associated with Flat Earth Society at all. In fact, I'm just collecting. Why I call myself Flat Earth Data was to collect the data of all the Flat Earth conversation, globe and Flat Earth, right? And through that process,
You've been saying that for like 4 years, man. That book
Yeah.
has to be so thick by now.
it's 350 pages, and I'm still it's getting to 350 pages, and I'm still not done, dude. So you tell me. And I keep thinking I'm going to be finished, and then I'm not because I learned something fucking new. And then I'm like, well, that should be written down. That should be put in there, So I don't know when I'm going to be done, dude. And half this shit I need images to demonstrate and pictures to explain. And that takes up, quite a bit of volume as well. And then on top of it, to fact check yourself, which you wrote a year ago or 2 years ago.
What is the angular size of your book?
It depends on the distance.
There you go. Good job.
Can I ask, why have you got a little E? You've got a big F, a big D, but a little e.
Oh, with the flat Earth data? I don't know. That's actually I never looked at
I know
that.
why he has the big D. Yeah, that's what he's trying to say there. A little E, that means dirt.
Yeah, the flat dirt.
Anyway, it's a very triggering name, right? It even triggers the average
Flat
person.
earthers?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it
make me
does.
so angry, Flat Earth.
Nah,
Can't
his name
stand your
don't
name.
trigger me. His name doesn't trigger me.
The flat Earth does a little e. Because that.
Yeah, not capitalizing Earth, that would irk me a little bit.
It's just a model
Yeah.
when it's capitalized.
Yeah. You're saying you're not going with a flat model. What you're going with is actual flat dirt, so no elevation change. And how much data have you found out about that? I mean, I suppose you could go to the salt flats. Bolivian salt flats. That'd be flat Earth.
Possible for horizontal planes to have elevation changes. Topography.
Yeah, but the Earth, the little e, would depict
the dirt. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just a bit of a stickler for words and stuff like that. It just seemed a bit strange that it's a little e. Everything else is capitalised.
I never actually realised it was a little e.
He seems like this sort of...
Rumpus called.
Yeah.
Rumpus called him.
So has Rumpus tried to teach you guys about his bendy tangents yet?
I'm sure that's a new one, because Rumpus develops his arguments on the fly. He's obviously found out that he needs a bendy tangent. Because... Well, I think a few weeks ago I put out a question. Is there such a thing as a tangent and a chord in spherical geometry? And it seems as though Rumpus might have heard it. Hence the need for bendy tangents.
Yep, he needs it.
Zanuck had the problem with the it is the Zanuck LIGO problem. I nearly said paradox again. I have to get away from that. Conundrum.
There's that with the ball inside, how it would roll.
We see anybody want whatever's there. The angular size of the moon is 1/2 degree. Your pinky finger held at arm's length is about 1 degree. Next time you see the moon, try it. There you go. Angular size of the pinky finger. What's that say?
But what do you do if people have different size hands?
Yeah.
Next time I see the moon, I'll just go, ooh, there's the moon.
Yeah, that's what I'll do as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be measuring it with fingers. It's like, what are you doing?
What if you have long
measuring
arms?
the size of the moon in angles with your finger, with me little finger. And then they'll come back and go, why?
Well, Bev, if you have to stand with your son and you both use your pinkies, do you think you'll have the same angular measurements? I mean, your pinky finger is probably bigger than his.
Yeah.
I think LeBron James has a longer arm.
Yeah.
You know, longer arm, bigger hand than I do.
Well, that might do.
Also
It
make
might
a
be the
difference.
perspective thing, right? It might be if you've got like big fingers, but long arms, then it might be the same angular size for the distance perspective. You see? Finger perspective.
Yeah. Why are you giving me the middle finger? I'm just measuring your angular size, man.
Just measuring it. I did a video, cut a video earlier, and I did that when in the modern day debates when I had me little ball, and I was showing him the thing. Sneaky gave him the finger. A classic. I have to put that. I've got that video. I'll put it out when me and Right the Hand went on modern day debates.
Oh yeah, how long is that? About an hour, you said?
I think it was about an hour and I don't know. Yeah, I've not even uploaded it yet. I've been really slacking on the making the videos.
Yeah, you've only been live streaming 14 hours a day.
It was because they've all stopped coming round. But I mean, when they stop coming round, then we have this
Winning.
we start talking to each other, right? It's half of the time I've had. When they come round, it's a distraction, right? I'm sure that's all they're doing here, right? All these people that argue with you about absolute bullshit, it's just a distraction, as is everything, right? Everything that we do is all a distraction to stop us from doing. I haven't got a clue what we're meant to be doing, right?
Right. I mean, I like having conversations with people like Flat Earth Data. You know, at least, you know, there's hope.
Technically, you're stopping me from doing an oil change on this Mercedes, but...
You carry on, Rob.
Yeah, okay, I got to get back to work. I'll be on mute.
Put us in the background. Yeah, I think it's... I
mean, yeah, like... hang on, I just wanted to finish that thought. You know, when you talk to someone like Flat Earth Data, you realize maybe where you were, maybe where some people could develop further. You know, he's kind of stuck, you know, in an area where he's always looking for someone else to explain something, Bernard Riemann or something like that. Mm-hmm. You know, once you start thinking for yourself, though, and quit believing silly things about holding your fingers up in the air, you know, you could move on to that next level. You know, I think that's where we're at.
You should have just heard yourself, did you? You have to hear that back. When you start thinking about yourself, though?
No, you start thinking for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, you put that inflection at the end of it, though.
Oh, did I do that? Shit.
yeah, man.
Do I sound like Murrow?
I thought, just for one sentence, I thought, if he does it for the next one, I'm definitely going to point it out. You didn't know.
Flat Earth Data? Yeah. Learn new things? Yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry, audience.
Yeah, I mean, when they stop coming round and stop distracting us from doing whatever, then other things happen and other conversations are allowed to happen and other thought processes happen. And I had a couple of really good ones just recently. The double drop hump. And I think, I don't know, maybe onto something with the water and temperature. Because for quite a while we've been on this, what is pressure? And I don't know, the water level test and the way it's all set up and logos and everything. I don't know. I don't want to say too much. Everybody who's in here already knows. But yeah, that is a consequence of them not coming around. So, while it's good for the comedy and the entertainment value, or was while we were learning the argument from these glarpers, now that we've realised that they they're not helping. They're not here to help. They're here to gaslight and confuse and make you take 2 steps back every time you're on a path somewhere. So yeah, now they're not around for a bit. We can learn more, but I mean, it inevitably will end up with them getting triggered even more, and that no doubt we'll have to have someone come in. But we'll be ready.
Well, I like this little thought experiment for Globers, and it's really fun. It's funny how they obfuscate. I asked them, since your model teaches you that you're on top of the ball, does that mean every object moving away from you is going to go downward? And I can't even get an answer. I can't even get a simple answer if I say that.
Yeah, because they know they're fucked because they think they've got a 2D plane. One level, any elevation change would be down, right?
Right.
They call that curvature.
Yeah.
They're screwed, dude.
And this is what I say to them. I said, listen, man, if that is true, does that mean all it takes is me 30 minutes to jog and I'm going down over your ball in 30 minutes? Because for a 6-foot observer,
put yourself on a canoe.
Well, I'm just saying, for a 6-foot observer, their boundary of their sphere is 3 miles away, which means I can run 30 minutes, and I'll be going downward over your sphere. Is that correct? And when I put it in that localized, small way of thinking, they can't even answer that because they know it debunks their whole shit.
Mm-hmm. They have uphill rivers. Yeah, they're struggling.
Yeah, I told a friend of mine, I said, you know, the Earth is on a globe. He said, you know what? I'm a faster runner than you because I'm always running downhill.
But when you put it like that, you're on top of your sphere and every direction is downward from you, huh? Okay, buddy. Have you seen your buddy run away from you at your at a higher elevation? He isn't going downward.
It's only
Well,
one
that's
person.
the point. It only works with one person. Yeah, you add 2 or 3, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I got Ed pretty good on it today. Where to the point where he didn't like the word edge, so I changed it to boundary. He didn't like the word boundary, so I changed it to perimeter. And then he didn't like those words, so I said circumference. What's that?
Stop making concessions on words for him.
Yeah, shit, yeah.
They'll have you backed into a corner without use of any words. They'll have you doing an interpretive dance.
I don't like that word.
Yeah.
And then they'll ask for a citation using those exact words.
And Ed's excuse, he goes, I don't know what you mean by perimeter. I don't know what you mean by boundary.
God, he's just messing with you.
Well,
He's
that's where they're at. That's their argument, literally. You're dealing with glarpers, right? They get all extremely upset with reality to the point that they can't know what the meanings of words are.
What's the saying now? There is no definite. What are they saying? I wrote that down. Jem is saying it. There is no. Hold on. Let me just double check.
Dude, when you're writing down shit Jim Panda says,
Yeah, that's fucking
pretty bad.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was just thinking that. I was so comfortable in life for the last month, not caring what Jim Panda was saying.
Yeah, it's amazing.
He's
I thought you would have, like, withdrawal.
He's never said anything that I've used or that I care about or can, care about remembering. Never. It's amazing.
Is the contradiction king there?
Actually, he says the same thing all the time. You don't even have to write it down. Thousands of people for hundreds of years. He uses it every day.
He can divine my thoughts better than I can.
Yeah.
You feel like you're in therapy when you're talking to Jim?
He tries to turn it into such a thing, though. That's for certain.
So what you're saying is, when you talk to Jim, you're actually talking to a professional. Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
A professional bullshitter.
He's been doing it for thousands of years to thousands of people.
He's been doing it for about 5 or 6 years. I don't know. Maybe long. I don't know. What do you reckon? Who's been here longest? Merle or Jem?
Merle was here before anybody.
Merlin?
Merle's part of the furniture. Yeah, it's part of the furniture already.
It's the same
Merlin's
person.
an interesting character. What do you
How-
guys think of that guy?
How long have you been in this, Data?
I think since 2015.
Oh,
That's what my
you've
book
proper
says.
time served. Over 5 years.
Yeah, so my book says it looks like I was writing stuff down in 2015.
Were you aware of the Trolls team?
There.
All ex-military, right? Creating Team 6 or whatever. That's the idea behind it.
All Jem's not military, is he?
That Team 6.
Oh yeah, he's Rambo, dude. Jim is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Rambo.
So he got his injuries. No, I don't know. I'm not saying ex-military. I know they're all trolls, right? I mean, that was the idea, I think. Just trolling. It's big business on the internet.
That's what, what's funny? I was totally oblivious to just I didn't even know what trolls were, dude, in 2015 and 2016. I think it was until I didn't even know any of this world, right? And then you realize what YouTube is actually doing is they actually do kind of condone that they do condone this kind of trolling, and they'll pay you for it.
It's the internet.
Right?
There's no regulations on the internet like there is in reality. This is too new. They're still trying to work out how to patrol it, how to police it. It's why the social justice thing's gone rife, because they're allowed to propagate it through social media.
Yeah, I think that's by design, though, to remove freedom of speech.
Yeah.
It's the excess of freedom of speech. So that's what it's designed to do, is basically convince everybody freedom of speech isn't good, and this is why.
Data, what do you think about Merle?
I think he's squirrely.
Wow, that's a bit squirrely.
Yeah, it's pretty detailed.
That's a bit squirrely answer, Data.
I would just call him mellow.
Well, it's opposite of, he's not very squirrely. It's just kind of being funny because he's pretty tame. But I approached him with some information a couple of days ago, or a week ago, regarding the interaction of Masons and the and people who would be involved in slowly releasing things and changing the
wasn't
paradigm.
satanic, was it?
What do you mean satanic? What do you mean?
The last
Royal
time we had a word
satanic.
with him, he was.
Well, you definitely have
he was a bit
a
heavy
cult.
on the satanic cult things. He seems to think we might be
Well,
involved
you definitely
in
have
a
the-
satanic cult. I don't know. He might have been.
Well, you definitely have the occult flat earther for sure, right? It's just the same as the occult glober, right? There's still a belief system there that they're parallel, right?
When you say
Regardless of
occult, do you mean like hidden?
Okay, let's say specific.
Like
Let's
a
just
cloak.
say there isn't. There is
Shady
a direct.
character.
There's a direct relationship with some flat earthers that have cosmological belief in Babylonian days that are no different from the practices of Eastern mythology, right?
Are you talking
So-
about another group of people?
Just the influx of people that come and go, right?
I don't know. I mean, is this the data that you've been compiling?
I'll give you an example, like Flat Earth Millionaire, right? Flat Earth Millionaire
I
had a
don't know him.
cosmological belief that the world was an egg, that men could still fly to Mars, that space travel was real, right?
Okay.
All right, yeah, that's cool. Hey, would you consider? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
say that's somebody else. No data, right? You don't
I'm
just
just
constantly tell us
documenting
about
it.
other people Do
Yeah,
you?
but I'm just saying, like that okay. So a lot of people are under the impression flat Earth is relatively Christian based, right?
You say
Yeah, I was
look,
going to
you've
ask
just
you,
done it
are you a
again.
Bible literalist?
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
I believe the Bible to be true. Yes.
So you take it literally, like a guy was swallowed by a fish.
Yeah, and I can back that story up with an actual event that happened where a fisherman did get cut open in the belly of a whale, and he was blinded, and his body was all bleached. So I can use
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I could show you that in historical evidence is actually an event happened, right?
Hmm. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
It's the same thing as
That's a
like
belief system. Yeah.
yeah, 100%. It all comes down to those primitives, right? To deny that would be disingenuous. So we all have primitives, beliefs to acknowledge that one
Mm,
key.
I don't think so.
We're not talking about measuring buildings here and stuff like that. We're talking about just belief systems on creation, foundation of that creation, the purpose and reason. You know, those are all based on your suppositions, right? Of what you think it matters and means to you.
What if I don't have any? What if I don't have any presuppositions or beliefs about
Well,
anything?
that's your belief then, right?
Well, it's what I know.
Yeah, that's what your belief is. You're going to believe not to have any beliefs because you don't want to believe anything, right? So it's just another belief.
Whoa! Let's slow that one down. I think you did a triple belief then.
So if you have no reason to believe anything, but then you equate to having knowledge, that knowledge came from somewhere, right? A belief in something that knowledge is true. Now, if you want to talk about religious and creation and the foundation of the Bible, then you choose not to believe that. You're believing not to believe it, right?
Well, I say a belief is based on faith. Right? Now, knowledge isn't based on faith. It's based on practical experience gained.
Sure. There's knowledge based on experience for sure that don't involve belief. I agree with that. Yeah.
But your faith is also based on the knowledge. So the belief goes hand in hand.
You're always going to come down to two primitives, man. That's it. You'll always have a supposition. You'll never escape it. And that's the difference between accepting your faith or your knowledge or your beliefs as to be your own, but then saying that I understand that it's my own and acknowledging that would be being true, right? And a lot of people have a hard time acknowledging that just simple truth.
Do you know you're alive?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can we stop doing a lot of people data?
I have a power of creation
data,
theory,
please.
so
can we stop doing a lot of people as though you are either speaking for a group of people or against a group of people that you don't know? You can only speak for yourself, surely.
Yeah, that's the whole point of writing things down is compiling other beliefs and other situations to tell a story, right?
Yeah, but like I could write a lot of things down. I could scribble a load of shit down while I'm talking to people at the shops, right? I wouldn't then use a lot of people say this and a lot of people that say that in a conversation with you, because it means nothing to you, does it? What a lot of people have told me. Or they might not have told me. I mean, I might have thought that they told me something. It could have happened in my dreams.
Yeah, I wanted to just ask him a couple quick questions because he said I have presuppositions, right? But I just said, you're alive, right? You know that, right? And then you know one day you'll die. Do you know what the difference is between being alive and dead?
My heartbeat.
That's it?
Consciousness and non-consciousness?
Yeah, some type of consciousness within you, right? It's here and it goes away. That's what I know. Oh, almost done. That's what I know, right? That's what we all know. Beyond that, I don't know. I could presuppose a lot of things, but I do know that, right? That's not a belief. Would you agree?
I believe that your knowledge and experience tells you that. Yep.
Yeah. So what else do you need to know? If you're alive, you'll be dead.
Your belief is that your consciousness ends, though. That's your belief.
I didn't say that. It's not in that dead body anymore. I would yeah, maybe I presuppose that. That consciousness is no
Then
longer there.
you have a belief system, right? You'll never escape it. There'll
No,
always
no,
be
the life in that body goes away. That life, you call it a consciousness. I call it nefesh, prana. I call it, a life, soul, spirit. That goes away. And
from
I know
that
that.
body, yes. From that body, yes. Based on your
Yeah,
experience, but your knowledge is limited. So you can either
right.
But we don't know where it goes.
yeah, sure, but you can induce that it goes somewhere or not. You don't know what happens at that point. All you do is assuming that it's left the body. That's it. You don't
Well,
know anything.
that life within that body. You ever seen a dead body, a dead pet? It's
Yeah.
totally different. The life is literally gone, and you can see it, right?
Grayness of the eyes, bro. The discoloration of the eyes. The eyes change color from life to gray when somebody dies. You can literally see the life removed from their eyeballs as they die.
Sorry, I had a dry throat. Yeah. So that's something you can witness for yourself. That energy leaves that body.
21 grams, my friend. 21 grams.
It was a good movie.
That's the concept, though. I guess 21 grams leaves the body. Everybody go 21 grams later. It could be because you poop and pee. I don't know, but they claim that everybody gets
Yeah.
lighter by 21 grams.
Mm-hmm. It just
So
shows
now
that
it's
he's
another.
intelligent design.
Yeah, that's just another story to believe, though, right?
I don't know. I'm just saying that's what they say. I don't believe it necessarily. I'm just saying what they say, right? And
Yeah,
by
but why
they,
say what they say? Why
by
not
the
say what you experience?
well, the grayness of the eye, the
Right.
non of
That's
the
much better.
last breath. The last
All right.
breath is the last breath is something that you don't normally hear when you normally hear somebody breathing. It's a unique last breath as well.
Yeah, see that's much better, man. Your own experience. That's something I can really go, wow, that's something real right there. That's not somebody telling you 21 grams, you know. That's the difference.
There's lots of things around death, right? The suppositions of death and what happens after, right? Man wants to find meaning and purpose, so they got to create an afterlife. They got to create a reason. Some men don't want to have
Right.
a reason. Some men don't want to have a reason, and that's fine. And some men will want a reason, right? And like I said, it comes down to those 2 points. Always those two roads, let's say.
Yeah, my point. I don't want to get off on this like life and death religious thing, but reality is what you can observe, you can experience it, and everything else are a bunch of stories.
I agree. Yeah, they're at the base primitive of them. They are stories. Yep.
Cool. I don't know where we were.
Now,
I've been jumping in and out.
what story do you like better? Which story would you like better? Because you have free will to decide what story you choose to have faith in. Let's say.
I don't need a story.
Write
I don't
your
need a
own.
savior. Yeah. I don't expect some guy to die for me, right? And pay a price for me because I'm a bad boy. See, I'd rather just be a good person and not worry about that. I was put here with the things around me.
Here's what I'm going to tell you that what I gather is God from what I've read in text, biblical, whatever,
Something
historical.
that you read in a book.
He says he doesn't care about the religion or the dominion you're under. He cares about the righteousness within you. So that's all he really cares about, right? The righteousness within you. So by that standard, clearly you should be fine. If you're a righteous individual, don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, you don't harm. Not saying that you can't kill for your food, because that's not what he's talking about. If you survive in this realm that we live in, and you're a righteous person, then you have nothing to worry about, because technically that's what the fundamental, the
But see, I
overall.
don't even.
Dude.
Sorry, I just don't even need to believe all that. You know, I
Fair
don't.
enough.
Trust me. Yeah,
But you,
because I just know I have a relationship with this thing that I call the Logos. This thing guides me every day, every moment of every day, and I've had it with me for a long time. But all that doctrine got in the way, right? All that guilt was laid upon me.
religion pollutes the mind and pollutes the world for sure. Yep, absolutely.
So I
That
don't
logos,
need
though,
that.
the logos that you have, though, let me ask you a question. Do you automatically know that it's wrong and right to cheat and steal? Is it engraved in your heart somewhere already automatically?
Yeah, I don't think some people have that though. I think there's some people
I
that.
agree. So they're not righteous to the man, right? So if you have in your heart already a code written, and that code already distinguishes between right and wrong, that's in the basis of your spirit, in the basis of your soul, in the basis of your heart, then it's
Yeah, you could
written.
say you're pre. Yeah, go ahead.
Then it's written on you. But if you're into
Yeah,
this
you could
world,
say that.
if it's
Yep.
not written
Can
on
Rob jump
you,
in for a quick second?
hold on. If it's not written on you, then you're probably going to lack some morals and lack some certain things. So thereby, you're on your way to being a righteous man because you recognize what's written in you.
Yeah, nobody's perfect. You live by experience. You fuck up and you learn.
Yep.
You may have things pre-written. You may not have a fucked up brain where you're a serial killer, but you're gonna have to learn the hard way. You know what is right and wrong.
Yeah, can I just say something to that real quick? My daughter, she's 2.5 years old. I did not teach her to lie. She already did it on her own. But she also tells the truth on her own. I didn't teach her she has to tell the truth.
Yeah, and hopefully one day she will have a fundraiser where she lies about paying rent and gets $10,000 from complete strangers. You know, then you learn a lesson, right?
Are you talking about John Hubbard?
What? I don't know. Emma? Yeah, probably. But yeah, you learn, right? You learn.
There's a
And
difference.
God knows I have.
There's a difference between immaturity and
Oh, I
maturity,
said
and
God. That's fine.
it's like any parent. Parent's job is to parent a child. That's what it is. To teach. How did that parent learn? That parent learned because it was taught. Those things that are taught are written into the heart. So when you get older, it is written in you from being taught it, which is personal experience or whatever you want to equate it to. It gets written into you. You're born innocent, and you don't know what lying is. You don't know what telling the truth is.
You
That
can't
construct,
say it like that.
that construct of lying or cheating is based on
as
our.
though you're the all high and mighty.
I'm not. I'm just going based on what
You're telling what
religious
other people what they would do, right? You can't say that.
I'm just saying God clearly writes it through all religious texts that it is written in your heart, and He also
God
clearly
writes
states that
all
evil.
of the religious texts, does He?
The Creator does. The Creator does, for sure. The Creator's allowed free will, right? And He's inspired men through all kinds of other countries and other belief systems to still have his will within the world.
So man wrote it.
That man definitely wrote it through the inspiration of whatever was written on their hearts.
Who chose that, right? Who chose those?
Well, God says that the heart is
individual
treacherous.
texts, right? So anything that anyone writes down must be wrote down because God told them to write it down, right?
No, not at all. I'm saying that it's
who chooses which one then, Data? Is it you? Is it you who's the one that wrote? You've read all of these books, and you're the one that's interpreting.
No way. I have not read all these books. No. It'll take me. I live long enough to read all the content that's available.
It's just wrote by other men. No, that's the point.
It is written from a foundation within their heart, right?
I don't know.
So you can tell.
I don't know. You can't tell what people had in their hearts when
you can tell by the fruits of the tree.
Words off a page in a book.
You can tell by the fruits of the tree, whatever fruit they're producing off of the tree that they made.
What does that mean?
What if you don't like apples?
So if you're a parent and you have you're not a very good parent.
If
You're
you
probably
were talking about not very good parents now, what experience do you have of not very good parents to be able to speak about this?
My personal experience, maybe.
You read about it in books.
No, it's there for you in books for testimonies for sure. You can read testimony on that. The point is usually the fruit of that tree is only, I guess, dependent on whether it was watered and so forth, right? How do you grow a good tree? You need to it's an analogy, right, for parenting and growing good fruit.
No, that's not what it's about.
The concept.
They will judge you. They will judge you by your fruits. If you're giving people shit all the time, lying, and everything you offer is bad, then people can judge you by that. If you're good and you're giving out compliments and love and all that, people can judge you by that. That's what it's talking about.
Yeah, you can usually find out what's good and bad on that analogy, right? Usually.
Isn't that a personal, subjective thing or objective? What?
That's what makes life so amazing is the subjectivity,
and so that's why I choose not to say something's good and something's bad, especially when you're dealing with parents and stuff.
Right? Well, here's another thing. Let me ask you a question.
Do you have children, Data?
Yeah, so let me ask you a question. If which once was good will be turned bad, and which once was bad will be turned good, what would that imply?
Nothing.
A paradigm shift?
Sounds like wizardry.
Sounds like
it would imply a paradigm shift, right?
Sounds like
give you an example.
Flip upside down.
I'll give you an example. So you have a person who is released from jail, who a criminal, whatever, violent criminal, released from jail, but then you have somebody who's a pastor jailed. You'd think,
here you go.
Where we go?
Here you go. What is a bad man? What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job?
So if you have a guy in prison, he's usually in prison because he's broken the law, right? And if you well, maybe, but in this circumstance, we know the criminal history of this individual.
Well, it's just somebody's opinion.
So we have evidence of his criminal history. He's been, robbing, gunpoint, knife point, physical abuse.
You're just making somebody up now to fill your narrative of a story that's boring the shit out of me.
All right, we want to change the subject, no problem. We have laws, right, for a reason, and those laws are to
we were here
God,
for
how many
geometry.
laws do we need?
Data, we're losing viewers.
We are.
Please change.
I'm sorry, I asked him if he was a Bible literalist because I feel like he has a lot of preconceived ideas about reality. Yep, I know, Rob.
I believe we come from creation 100%, and I believe that we come from two human beings.
You believe.
That's all I got, Larry. That's all I got, bud.
Yeah. That's cool. That's all you got? Yep.
As a belief, absolutely 100%.
But you know things, right? Outside of that, you know things to be true, to be what they are.
You would think that, but when you do research and you're researching stuff and you write down or you accumulate data based on that research, your data can change if you're presented other material. It's no different than, and this is too funny because this is what happens in science. You're given a science book, and then all of a sudden that science book changes every year because it's updated because what they said a year ago isn't what they're saying now. And in that same understanding, your knowledge is sort of the same thing. Your knowledge.
I'm not talking about some shit somebody wrote in a book that you believe to be knowledge. I'm talking about what you know. What you know.
As my knowledge increases, it only increases from either reading things in a book or being experienced to certain things. The only way my knowledge grew with geometry is reading it from books.
No,
wow.
Knowledge has experience within the definition. You can have understanding, but not have knowledge.
I used the material that I got in a book and I applied it to reality, gaining
more
knowledge.
That's rumpus, man. That is rumpus.
Yeah, your data or data or whatever. It's affecting you, man. You
So,
need to
for
get
instance,
your head out of the books.
I have a book. It's called Basic. It's what I use.
Oh,
all
you
the
go
time.
right back to a book.
Yeah.
It's called Essential Mathematics, right? And it's a book that I
It's
use
essential.
to learn. Well,
what's
the
essential
title of the
about
book.
that book of mathematics? Go on. Tell us the most essential thing in there.
What I like about the book.
No, tell us the most essential thing within mathematics, please.
Oh, understanding how to calculate based on
Fingers.
geometry.
Calculate.
Are in there too,
Calculate based on geometry. Do you not? I think a fundamental understanding of mathematics, i.e., geometry, might be a good basis to start on.
That's what has in this book. It's a great book. It goes on
what's
to
the most fundamental thing then? What's the most essential mathematical thing in it? Number one, what's it start off at?
For this one,
yeah.
Let's see what it says. Relationship between angle measures, complementary and supplementary angles. Another one. If two angles are congruent, if only one, two angles are congruent if and only if they have the same measures. So basic things like that. Vertical angles are congruent. So when I was into this,
vertical angles are congruent.
In this particular example, it's showing that vertical angle property. Vertical angles are congruent to what they're substituting here as an image.
Yeah. It's just a cross,
all right angles are equal.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So when I have books like that, it teaches me more complex stuff other than geometry. I just like math. I've always liked algebra, polynomial, all that stuff, exponents, integrals. I've always liked that stuff.
But the book doesn't really give you anything. It's when you actually experience it, right? And you do the calculations and you work through the logic and the geometry. That experience is what you can't get just from the book.
The book is useless without application. Absolutely. Through that process of gaining information and applying that information, I gain the knowledge.
Yeah, but you talk about a lot of things that Bernard Riemann and other people, said or did. I mean, it would be better to have your own experience, right? I mean, do you understand the difference between the parallel postulate and the triangle axiom now?
I always knew what it was. At the end of the day, what I was trying to explain to you is how they hijacked it.
Right. Don't go back to that.
Yeah, that's it. So of course,
talk about you now. Your understanding now.
I've always understood it. That's why I'm writing about it. Is showing you how they didn't like it and how they turned it into a ball. That's what they did.
But let's just talk about you now. Your understanding of it now. You have a good understanding that it's talking about a triangle, right?
Yes.
And it's a 180-degree triangle, right?
Essentially, they're hijacking a 180-degree triangle.
Who's hijacking 180 degrees? I'm talking about you now, your understanding of it.
I've always understood it to be that way. That's why I call it a hijacking.
But you're not talking about your understanding of it. I'm talking about that those two lines are going to form a triangle, which is 180 degrees, right?
In reality, yes.
Yeah, that's all you need to know.
I know, but for historical purposes, I have to know both sides of the argument and then show why. At least this is what the book's about. It's about showing two sides. Yeah, well, that's what I'm doing. So it's about showing two sides of the argument, just like Axiomenes.
If I want to tell you the truth about something, would it be better for me to tell you the truth and the lie?
Wouldn't it be better to show you the argument and then show you the winner out of that argument?
No.
Well,
just show me the logic.
I'm showing by logic it wins. By showing the absurdity of the other argument, right?
What are there 1,000 other arguments you go through? And when it comes down to the parallel postulate, if I'm sitting there with you and I say, what does this mean? I've only got a minute. Explain it to me. Could you do that?
Yeah, I would say that they tried to take a triangle, making 180.
No.
Oh.
Well, you might not like how I describe it, but that's, you know.
All
You're
right, try
describing
again.
their
Sorry.
description.
If we're talking to somebody that doesn't know the debate or the conversation or the argument, then it would be
I just
be
want to
much simpler.
understand. I want to understand it. I want to understand what it is, what it means to me. I've got 1 minute. Hurry.
If you took two straight lines and put one straight line between those two straight lines, you would have two 90-degree angles. Those two straight lines would continue on parallel to each other. If we took those two straight lines and laid another line over top of it, creating 90-degree, and then curved the two end points together.
I'm lost. I don't have no idea what you're talking about. You talking about parallel lines, or you talking about?
I would draw it out for you first on a piece of paper.
But that's not what it says.
Yeah, but you're asking me to describe it to somebody who knows the argument or doesn't know the argument.
I probably dropped out. Am I here?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. No, I'm just. It's written the way it's written, right? I don't have it here with me, but it does not talk about parallel lines.
Not at all. No, you're talking about less than 180 degree creating a triangle.
Damn, I understand it now. Man, that took you fucking 3 seconds. Good job.
Yeah, but you've been in this debate. You've been in this debate for a while, dude. Come on, man. So
triangle has been defined a little bit earlier as having straight sides. Even within that axiom, it mentions two straight lines bisecting another straight line. Right? 3 straight lines. Triangles. I was just looking at my geometry books. In as you mentioned that, I have a few geometry books, and this one is Teach Yourself Geometry. It's a proper book. It's got words in it and everything. But in this one, it says that geometry is earth measurement, and it suggested that the Greeks were familiar with it, but not. They weren't the first people to do it. The Greeks got it from, it says here, intercourse, but became acquainted with the subject through their intercourse with the Egyptians, who, by tradition, were the first to develop the science. So they're calling it a science. Geometry is a science. I think that's a bit of a play on words, right? It's not a science, is it? It's geometry.
It's just, yeah.
The logic, you could call it a logical science, as in it's derived from logic. But it sort of stands on its own, I would say. But then it says that that's practical geometry, right? And the practical aspects of geometry within this book, it says, we have seen that in its origins, geometry was essentially a practical subject. This aspect of it has of necessity continued to be of increasing importance throughout the centuries, since it is essential in all draftsmanship necessary in the work of engineers, architects, surveyors, and others. Practical geometry in this sense is mainly concerned with the construction of what may be termed geometrical figures. Some of the simpler of these constructions have always been included in the abstract logical treatment of the subject. The accuracy of the methods employed by being proved theoretically, for example, in practical geometry, we may learn the mechanical method of bisecting a straight line and go no further. But the method is made evident by the theoretical geometry and has been proved logically and conclusively to produce the desired result. A knowledge of the fundamental principles of geometry is also necessary for the study of other branches of mathematics, such as trigonometry and mechanics, subjects which are of vital importance to engineers of all kinds, as well as those who are proceeding to more advanced work in mathematics. That's practical geometry. All Euclid.
Sounds beautiful. Music to my ears.
And practical and theoretical geometry. Goes on about triangles. Everyone knows a triangle has straight lines.
Without
and a triangle with straight lines has 180 degrees, as defined by the axiom. That's why it's an axiom in Euclid.
That's why I like geometries, because I had to learn it to learn the optics of the eye, right? Without me learning geometry, I wouldn't be able to understand the eye and the physics of the eye.
Well, I wouldn't know about the eye. Just deal with the geometry.
Well, everything is measured through the eye, right?
Measured through the eye?
Calculated through the eye, measured through the eye, yeah.
Observed. The eye doesn't do anything other than, process light.
You don't think a blind man could measure something?
If he knew that his hand to finger was a certain length and he was told, yeah. Like for his thumb
I think
to
a
his
blind
pinky,
man
right?
could take any object and compare it to another object and be able to make that comparison without having to see it.
But we have like our body parts. Our thumb is like 1 inch. I mean, it's relative, obviously, to hand size and so forth.
Don't do bloody finger inches.
Well, look, from your wrist to your elbow is a foot long, right? So
No, God.
Everybody's.
Dude, I'm not DP, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's.
He's just like
He's like 6'2", man.
So I guess it is going to be relative on body type, but if you knew your measurements of your body between points,
your data, right? It isn't maths and geometry meant to be your thing, right? You can't just be waving fingers around to measure angles, right? That's not how this sort of stuff works.
Approximations, right? Just approximations.
Well, I'm not too sure how many people would ever measure anything like that.
I'm not going to build a building and measure a building with my thumb.
What would you measure like that?
I calculated. Well, you would have a.
When was the last time you used a body part to measure something?
Hiking in the mountains using the degree of my finger.
I didn't know which way this was going to go.
Yeah, I thought twice when I was asking.
Anyway, I get what your point. It's going to be limited to the body type for sure. I'm just saying that it's not impossible. That's all.
Yeah, if you want to measure something, use something appropriate for measuring it.
Yes, and the better the measurement tool, the more accurate you're going to have your measurements. Yes.
Well, this one's got vertical and horizontal plane surfaces in this book. Might be worth me looking into it. But, I mean, a straight line perpendicular to a plane. So, yeah, I think geometry proves a load, but, I mean, it depends what people think is geometry. And how important it is. I mean, it is the known that everybody uses. Whenever you're trying to describe something, you describe it using shapes and straight lines and things that are known to everybody. I keep opening this book and looking at it. There's a bit tangents to a circle.
I'm going to see if I can send you a book from Encyclopedia Britannica 1911 talking about Euclid's postulates and axioms. See if I can find it for you guys. I'll post it in the chat.
It'd be all excuses. You've got to work it out for yourself, dude. It does take a little bit of extra work, but seriously, don't read books of what other people are saying. Read the stuff for yourself. You'll come up with whatever you think, not what somebody else thinks.
What you do is you gather information and then you apply it to see what's true, right? It's like taking the knowledge and applying it to see if you're taking the information and applying it to see if it is knowledge or if it's just shit.
I don't know what have you applied the geometry to? What work have you done in
navigating? Just navigating. Like my buddy here we got a boat, so we're going to be doing some just navigation using straight Euclidean, and then he's going to use his method, right? So we're just gonna try some stuff out in the real world, right?
I don't know. I don't know how you do that on a boat.
Well, being that the star pattern's consistent
Dude,
every night, and it changes. It
Using
changes.
Euclidean geometry to do something with the stars.
Yeah, for your zenith to your azimuth, and then calculating a straight line to the distance based on its degree of angle. Right?
Zenith to the azimuth.
So your zenith of where your star is to the Earth, and then you create your wherever your azimuth is. You draw it out
That's
to your
90
azimuth.
degrees, right? Zenith to azimuth.
Yeah, but you draw a couple azimuths to pinpoint your location better.
What do you mean couple of azimuths?
So that's how you pinpoint your location better. You start with a fixed point, then you have a position where you moved from.
You start off with north, which is
that's
0.
That's what you'll create your azimuth with, right?
You start off at 0 on north on your azimuthal, then you will turn through 360 degrees. That will give you your azimuthal angle, right? And from that position, you can then lift up, or would you'd use your zenith, would you?
So what you do is with the navigation charts, like the HO 229, they already have the zenith position of every star on Earth.
What do you mean they've got the zenith position? What do you mean?
So the
zenith is directly above your head.
Yeah, so the vertical to the horizontal, everywhere on Earth there's a star that's matched to the Earth's surface.
How do they match that star? Right in the sky, the zenith.
So you'd have to use your star chart, right, to figure out where you are, and then if you located that star, you would look at the number provided by with the marine navigation chart. You'd look at that number provided. Star. And then what you would do is
you'd have a look to see if you were under it.
No, this is calculating the position.
That's what the zenith is.
Right?
The zenith is directly above your head.
Yeah.
So that is where you have to put the star, right?
So
how do you tell a star is directly above your head? How do you do that?
So in this particular case, you're looking
on a boat
to see where the zenith is.
You're on a boat, wobbling about, right? And you're looking for a star above your head. But you've already measured your azimuthal angle, haven't you?
No, because this is about finding a position where a star is located above the Earth.
Well, you're looking for a position where the star is above the Earth.
Yeah, so what you do is you get a zenith angle in the book, not your zenith angle from the observer, but from a book based on your position. So you'd have looked.
What?
So are you taking the books and star charts on the boat with you?
Yeah, this is what you do with your marine. I'll bring up the book 1 second.
Wow. Wow. I'm not too sure where you need a book. Oh, so I'm just on about the practical procedure, right? You're on a boat, right? And then what you do is you look at the book and find out where a star should be for its zenith angle. Am I correct here?
To the horizontal plane, yeah. I mean, this is one variation.
So that's the zenith angle to the horizontal plane of a light in the sky. But you do realize the zenith angle is from the zenith to the star.
No, it would be in this case.
That's what a zenith angle is. Don't say no. Just say I understand that.
The zenith angle to the observer, yes, that's the star above the observer.
The zenith is data, please. The zenith is the point above the observer's head.
Correct. Yes, but that in this
so
case,
how do you look in a book to find the zenith angle to the observer? You are the observer.
They mapped it out already. So
so you know where you are on the map already, because that's what you look on the map, and then you find where the star should be for where you are on the map. Just run us through the procedure, practical procedure. Data. Wait a minute. You're on a boat. What do you do? What tools do you have with you?
Well, you want a
apparatus.
sextant.
Let's
That'd
start
be-
with
that'd
that.
be-
What's the
yeah.
apparatus you've got?
A sextant would be good. You could use a
Sextant?
quadrant, a
Okay.
sextant,
And a book.
and a book. Yeah, for
Okay.
for navigation charts. Yeah.
Okay,
So
right,
every
now-
star that you've ever known has a zenith to Earth. Okay. So a direct vertical to the horizontal on Earth, and it's been mapped out in these books already. So you can be a distance away from that star that's currently directly above a piece of land of Earth, but you're looking
Yeah, I
at it
know.
as an angle.
I'm looking
That
at a
makes
light in
absolutely
the
no
sky,
sense.
right?
Okay, so a star in the distance.
Yep. Okay.
Okay,
So
to you-
we
to the- first,
spot
let me
a
finish
star,
this.
right? We
A
know
star-
with that the Big Bear, right? We know where that star, right? I can see that star. I'm on a boat. What do I do now?
Well, you have to find either your fixed position is already you've been calculating your position as you've been going along.
No,
so you know
dude,
how far
we're
you've
just on a
traveled.
boat. I've gone. There's a light there. That star. That's the one we're looking at because we've been going all day. And
So
it's
every
just gone
star,
dark. Yep.
every star has a vertical to the horizontal on Earth.
Yep.
Really, even though they move.
Yeah, they move.
They change absolutely, for sure.
You have to find a new one after 15 minutes, I guess.
So okay, so
There's-
we find a star in the sky. Does this book have? What does the book say?
Here, I'll get you the
Once
name
we
of the
found
book.
the star,
It's not marine navigation. You're making it way
we
more
look up.
complicated.
We look up the
than it
Big Bear, right? And we're looking up double B. We found it, right? It says Big Bear. What does it say next to the Big Bear?
is. So it would probably give its position, zenith, to where you are, in opposed to where you are. So it will give you a calculation that you can add. It'll give you a number. 1 second, I'll dig it up. Okay, just give me a second. So it doesn't make sense unless I tell you what it's saying to you, because we live on a big, large clock, and that all the patterns of the stars go over the flat plane.
Data. All right, just a minute.
There'll be a vertical to the horizontal, creating
whoa.
a zenith position.
You've not
They'll
actually
create a
worked
zenith
this out,
position.
have you?
I haven't applied it in my practical use yet.
You haven't even got the book with all of these stars in. have you?
I have the book. Give me 1 second, please.
Right, and this book will have the zenith position of a star, a light in the sky. That when you are stood directly underneath that light in the sky, it will have a position on a map.
So there's a difference. There's a zenith to the observer of the star. Then there's the zenith of the star to the Earth. In other words, there's stars that are vertical to the horizontal plane of Earth, and they have calculations for this. Give me 1 second.
Stars that are vertical to the horizontal.
I'm not learning a damn thing.
No, this is just confusing. It's like you're trying to say there's a light in the sky, and if you stand in a particular position and look up, it will be directly above your head. Like, I don't know if anybody has ever looked up at night. Can you tell which one's directly above you?
So the book is called Site Reduction Tables, Marine Navigations. Based
That would
on
be
latitudes.
no.
Yeah.
They're based on 75 degree to 9 degree.
I know.
Basically,
I've got a book as well
the
that
book is
tells me
called-
all of the stars that have the magnitude, all the stars of have bright enough magnitude to be used as positional markers through navigation.
So
Yes.
every map you're going to use is going to have a longitude, latitude in it, right?
No, we have grid reference systems in the UK.
Grid,
we don't.
pardon me,
have that.
grid references. Sorry. So those grid references are calculable based on
No,
the
they're
positions
just,
of the
they're-
star.
No, they're
right?
just on the
Because
map.
each star passes over that grid system of every map that you have, right? So hold on, I'll just read it here. I can't wait to start applying this to my travels, because at the end of the day, it's just straight lines and angles anyway.
I'd say, Data, you don't really need to start applying this at all, ever.
Well, there's other simpler methods for sure.
Yeah, you've got
But this is-
Are you in
this
the
is-
northern hemisphere, so called?
Yes, I could just.
Well, you
use
can see
Polaris
the
and
North
compass.
Star then,
I
right?
get it.
You can see which way's north. Have you got a compass?
Yes, I know that. I
Okay,
know
that you
that.
could use that.
I'm looking at more complex understandings of navigation. Because to understand things
You think
thoroughly, you
it's
need to understand
complex?
how they're created and how they were designed, right?
No, in order to navigate, you've got the North Star, supposedly. That's good enough for anybody to head north with it at night. Now, beyond that, when that disappears and you can't see it because you're too far away from it, then what do? Well,
You still have to have a reference point,
you
and in
have to
this case,
have an
in this,
accurate timepiece.
well,
Because
that would
then
help.
then
Yeah.
you can tell the time that other stars are above and in the sky. The other stars with the high enough magnitude that you can see them. And then you can start working those to give you a heading. But it's still only an azimuthal heading. That's all you're after, is a degree on the horizontal plane to know where you're headed. North, south, east, west, that's it.
So it's called altitude interpolation. So it says interpolation near the zenith, right? So it says it's the altitude near the zenith is difficult to interpolate by the usual methods
Altitude of
and
what?
azimuth angle determining at the zenith.
The altitude
So
of what?
Well, it's looking at degrees and not not feet in inches, right? So the altitude would be the degree. So for altitude
that's a bit of a misconstrued in that, right? Because it's not actual altitude, is it?
For altitudes less than 86
degrees. It's just a
degrees,
degree from the horizontal
zenith,
upwards, or a degree from the vertical downwards.
They can't tell you how high. The point is not how high the star is away. It's just its angular degree, and then its zenith from Earth. So
correct
if they can calculate a position on Earth perpendicular to the horizontal, and they know that star is directly above that position on Earth, then you'll use basically calculations of that degree based on that information to find the
possible?
Straight path to it. That's how they do it, man.
Do you think that? I'm not asking you. Like they do calculate stuff, but that's just using numbers, right? Calculations. Do you think that a star or a light in the sky is directly above you?
If you're standing underneath it, it will appear to be directly above you, yeah.
And at that point, do you think there is any point in measuring an angle to it?
No, because it would be zenith, which is 90-degree angle, right?
Okay, so what's the point of having a book with that in it?
Because if you understand that a particular location away from you, a star is creating a 90-degree angle with the degree to the sky, that you'll be able to determine the distance to it, creating two azimuthal positions to highlight your fixed positions. Hold on. Yeah, you can take two azimuthal measurements in between the time duration to get a more fixed location. You can even do a third measurement to even pinpoint your location even more. On this premise of using your azimuth, changing based on the time, between your fixed point to your next location, you're measuring off of that fixed point to that location to get your better position where you are in the body of water. And that can be derived from knowing, according to these charts here, knowing which star is zenith perpendicular to the horizontal on Earth.
And do you think that's possible? I don't, personally.
I'm looking at the material and I'm reading the equations and stuff, and I don't understand why it would be a big deal that if men, thousands of years ago, I mean, we're still using, if you look at the charts they're using for navigation, they're still using 150-year-old charts. They haven't even updated. So even modern times, they're still using charts 150 years old. Well, what does that tell you?
It tells us that they just headed in a direction when they wanted to go somewhere. Straight line.
Well, I think what I'm saying is that once they have established a working model and it works, then there's no reason to update it. That's why they're using 150-year-old charts still.
Yeah, in the past they just used to go. I mean, they used to go have to sail down the side of a coast of a place, didn't they?
That was the safest way to do it. Yeah.
They found they just headed in a direction, and then found the bit that they wanted to, and then sailed to the bit that they found. I mean, they might have been off a little bit there,
That was the
off
Vikings,
a little
yes.
bit there, because the currents
the
and
Vikings
everything.
did
Like
that.
the point is that we're looking at lights in the sky and trying to do geometry.
And the
on
only way to
water.
do that is to have it, and the only way to do that effectively is to have a zenith position of that star above you, creating a 90-degree
I
angle.
don't think it's got anything to do with the zenith.
Well, not well. That's how they show it. That's how they're showing you in this book, and they have star charts showing you. Let me just bring it up here.
What again? I'll say what is the use of some having a star directly above you? Does that just tell you where you are? Because that'd be the only thing you can say.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a star above us. We're talking about a star away from the observer. Let's say at 76-degree angle in the sky off the horizon. That star, if you know what the name of that star is, that star at a period of time on Earth will be at 90 degrees zenith to the horizontal on Earth. With that information and the angle you got, you can determine the distance to that zenith position. Do you understand?
You could just head towards that star at that time, and then
Sure.
you would be heading in the direction that you were trying to go at, right? But you would. It's
I
time
get the
dependent,
simplicity.
isn't it? If you've not got a north star that's fixed position, everything else is moving, and therefore time dependent on where it is.
Yeah, you've got polar plotting, you've got variation altitude with time plotting.
So you just after a direction. If you're on a boat, you're just after a literal direction to go somewhere. Now, if that keeps moving, then the star's position doesn't really matter because you're just trying to find a heading.
Well, what this is useful for is finding your actual fixed position on the Earth where you're at. This is what it's used for.
Yeah, so you know where you're headed.
Yeah, or you know where you are. If you're trying to find out your position on this large body of water, that's what it's designed to do. And you can create a couple of azimuths to pinpoint a more accurate fixed point.
Yeah. Yeah, azimuthal. That's what they're saying, on the horizontal. That angle, right? That's the angle that you're bothered about on your heading. North, south, east, west. You just need to know where the star is in the sky and where it should be, and you head towards that. And then in a bit, obviously, that star will move. You can't keep following that star. You'd have to know what time it is.
You have to account for the duration of travel, usually through the process of dead reckoning, which allows you to determine your fixed position using those methods.
It's not a fixed position, though, is it? You're on water.
You're calculating from, I know, but you're calculating from your supposed fixed position in time intervals. But if you look at this, check this out. It's funny. Calculating great circle sailing, the great circle distance between 2 points of a spherical surface of any Earth and the initial great circle course may be found by relating the problem to the solution of navigational
triangles. What's a great circle data?
Did you hear what I said? It's telling you that you can solve the problem using triangles. It's just
yeah. But you did say great circle.
No, not me. It's just what
they're
saying.
You did. Nobody else said it.
So I'm just saying how they solve the problem through great circle distances is using a triangle.
What's a great circle?
And according to their supposition, it's 2 points on a spherical surface.
And that is a
straight line.
Yeah, so you can solve what?
How can you have spherical geometry that says a great circle is a straight line and still have triangles?
Man, that sounds like a whole lot of messed up.
That's what I'm highlighting here is in their own speech they're saying that. So that's why I brought that up.
You brought it up.
Yeah, by saying that, that's what they're saying here.
Yeah, you just said they use great circles and they can solve the problem by using triangles. There is no problem.
No, I know.
You just put the problem there by calling them great circles and then saying you can use triangles.
That's right.
Well, you can just use triangles. There's no need to talk about things that aren't there.
That's what I'm saying. Right? By highlighting their double.
You didn't say that.
I got interrupted.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
when does anybody here call a great circle a straight line?
It's not a great circle. Between the 2 points of a great circle is a straight line, which is a 2D circle and a chord across it.
Dude, it's not great. Circles
saying on a map.
circles that are straight lines are not great. They're deluded.
Yeah. How are you gonna have a chord when you call a great circle a straight line? How do you have a chord?
You don't have a straight. There's no such thing as a straight or a curved line, right? Just saying, if you look at it, what's considered a circle, it's would a straight line between 2 points on a circle would be a chord, right?
Yeah, but you just said great circle is a straight line.
But it's not a straight
spherical
line.
geometry. Then how can you have a chord?
Great circle is just a circle. In between those 2 points is a straight line, which is called a chord. What they're claiming a great circle is to be on a spherical surface, but then they use triangles to solve their supposition they live on a spherical surface.
How can you do that?
That's double talk.
Well, here's the thing. Your azimuth, what they're doing is they're conflating your azimuth angle as a great circle. So as on a 2D plane. Yeah.
Data. You know an azimuthal angle?
So it's a circle on a horizontal plane.
No, it is just you put north at 0 and then you turn round in a circle.
On a plane, yeah. So it looks like
no,
a 2D
just
circle
in reality. Right? Not on a plane. You just stand there, you face north, that's 0, and then you turn around.
Yeah, if you draw it on a map, you'll know what I mean. It's a portion of like a great circle, if you will, which is
not.
a 2D.
Dude,
it's not. It's just a 2D circle.
It's not. An azimuthal angle is not a great circle.
No, it's not. But you can devise a great circle course using your azimuth angle this way because it's a 2D circle on a flat surface.
Devise a great circle.
You need to learn where the terminology comes from.
The tabular azimuth angle becomes initial great circle course, named north or south for a latitude of departure. All I'm saying, on a map, when you draw your azimuth, you can complete a 2D circle. From that 2D circle, you can create a chord, which is a straight path, dead reckoning.
For your azimuthal.
Anyway, I know I can see it. I use the map. Anyway, look, when you're trying to pinpoint your better fixed position, you're going to use these azimuthal points to find your better position where you're at, right?
You sound like you're
which is
freestyling
basically a circle on a 2D plane.
It's just an angle. I mean, I don't know. Like, we are going to be having to talk about angles all the time, but the way you do this is you start at 0 and you turn, let's say, 90 degrees. So you start at north and then you go to east. That's it. You've turned 90 degrees azimuthal angle. So you're facing east. Then you look up to see your light in the sky. So that's another angle. That's just 2 angles. One you've turned one way and one you've looked up. That's 2 angles. It's not a circle or anything. It's just the position that you've used to get 2 angles to pinpoint a light in the sky. That's your practical use of the angles that you're using. Sextant. I don't know where the circle and the great circle and all of that's meant to come into it, don't you?
Because you're using a 2D map, and anytime you do the 2D map, it's just going to be a 2D circle. And anytime you do a circle, a straight line between them is a chord.
I was literally just using an angle to measure an angle. Do you have a concept of something else?
No, because that's what you're essentially at bare bottom doing, is just measuring your one position to the other position, and what tools we use create angles.
Tools create angles. The tools measure angles.
Well, they measure the angle, yeah, but they help you devise that angle.
But like two angles, because I think this is where they got the concept of spherical geometry and spherical trigonometry comes from this sort of an idea, right? That you're looking at a light in the sky, and that is the portion of an angle that they then extrapolate or whatever to the surface of a sphere. But you're actually on the floor making these angles upwards. So it's like my little model of a sphere. When you cut that portion out, the angles are the ones from the center that that you make from the internal side of the thing, or they can transpose that onto a cube on the outside with what they call the celestial sphere in between, and they're the angles that you're measuring. But they're straight lines from a straight line to another straight line. Stop me if I'm going a bit too much, Aaron.
It's really fascinating, the whole navigation process, man. So I'll dive deep into it a little bit more. I'll see where the where the issue is, and then I'll write about it.
Point is that they're all straight lines. There's no like circles. The idea of the circle and the sphere is all in your mind. It's all imaginary. Like great circles are spoken about in very, very few places. Quite a lot round here, but you'll find more often than not it's people like you, Data, that are bringing it up. I've never even heard a Glober try and bring it up, because they don't. They're not confident with it. They don't want to talk about it. I wouldn't be confident trying to talk about straight line circles. But people like you, Data, do talk about it, where the ballers don't. The glarpers are scared. They don't even understand how it's meant to be a concept. They just sit and wait for people to come round to talk about it for them.
It's probably because they're not interested in learning, whereas I'm opposed to interested in learning.
Learning about spherical geometry.
Nope. How to navigate ship, how to navigate just a human, and using the right angle triangle, and to see what implications or why they're imposing a methodology that's redundant or maybe not, useful if it is just as simple as that. So I'm just trying to record it basically and find out where because if you're going around having excess information, you don't need it, then why are they teaching it?
What are they teaching? I mean,
well, they're teaching a great circle is on a spherical Earth, right? That's what they're teaching. So they're implying a method. They're implying a methodology under a supposition.
Who's taught you though, Data? That's the point I'm trying to get at.
That's why I'm researching this stuff and learning it, because if I don't know the argument in it, then how can I refute it?
Who's brought the argument to you?
Oh, in general, just talking to you guys, it's sharpening steel, right? So if you have if I have something,
so you're bringing the spherical circle argument to us.
No, what I highlighted is their doublespeak in their sentences talking about how the problem is solved as right angle triangles, but I never got to complete that statement.
Who's done who's brought the argument of spherical straight lines to you?
Everybody debating against the globe and flat Earth. It's a topic of conversation, right?
Debating against the globe.
It's both against, right? You have both parties against each other debating, debating their suppositions, right? Now, you can infer
suppositions of
that
straight lines.
You can infer that the Globers don't understand their I guess their interpretation of it, or they're purposely avoiding it to prolong the debate, right? So you've got two reasons why they're continuing on, because everybody knows 2 equal points of elevation is horizontal and level. The reason why they fight around that, well, we already know why, because they can't commit to that, because under their supposition of where they live, they need to have equal points of elevation creating a curved line, and that's not reality. So if I can write about it in even navigation and show that it's not necessary even in navigation, then that's probably a kind of a cool little position to stand, right?
Yo, I'm back. Is everybody good?
You're going to be struggling, though, because
It is complex, yeah, but I'm up for the challenge.
They've got latitude and longitude. You're not going to get around that. It's like
sure
that
if
argument that you want to have.
Yeah, but you're talking about polar coordinates based on, again, what? A calculation, right? A grid system is a mathematical abstraction.
It's a measurement, isn't it?
Well, that's what the grid system would be based on your degrees, right?
It's not a grid
so you can
system,
take,
is it? It's
you can take
latitude
you can
and
take,
longitude lines.
Yeah, but you can take that information and turn it into, you can take the polar coordinates or spherical coordinates and reverse them into Cartesian, and then have a grid system, nonetheless the same.
You can
facets.
transpose. Say that again. I missed that.
Okay, so every grid system.
You wouldn't just be saying
over
something here. You're going to be able to back up what you're saying, right?
What regarding what
Well, you're going to say they can do something, right? If you
hey,
say,
Data, when you talk, I can't even hear, Beth.
If you say they can do something, Data, I want you to be able to explain how they can do it, right?
So if you have Cartesian systems, they can be transposed to have longitude lines matching the same on a plane with a mathematical grid system put over top, right?
XY or XYZ.
Well, if you're using
coordinates,
if you're using XY, there's a calculation. I don't have it written down, but I can show you. I can tell you I'm sure you already know. They can take that XY and turn it into spherical with a simple mathematical equation. I think is square root.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about Euclidean 3 space? The 3-dimensional reality we live in can be somehow put into a longitude latitude coordinate system?
No. You need you need
XY,
right? That's the thing.
Data, please.
We have X, Y, Z. That's where our reality we live in. That's Euclidean 3 space.
Yeah, and you're saying there is an equation to turn that which way? Either way?
No, it's you're the z-axis is
elevation.
I don't think it's added, but it's not in the actual maps, like as far as features go, because the map is two-dimensional.
Contours,
right?
it is. It's on the contour lines, yeah. That's
but it's not added in. It's the contour lines, but it's two-dimensional as the map, so it's just two coordinates.
That's the XY plane.
Yeah, so you can take the XY and turn that into an abstract calculation.
For what?
Is the surface of Earth two-dimensional?
No, wait a minute, Rob. For what, Data? What can they do with a calculation and a formula to the XY plane?
Let me write it. Let me go look at it again, and I'll tell you specifically.
What can they do with the calculation to the XY plane?
They can give it another coordinate system.
Really?
So we have another coordinate besides X, Y, and Z.
So if you want me to give you what they do, give me 1 second. I'll give you the calculation.
No, what does it do to the plane is the question.
It doesn't do anything to the plane.
Okay,
it's
so what does the calculation do then?
It's a grid system. So it's one way of looking at it versus another way of looking at it.
It's already
XY. Yes.
And so you're going to do a calculation to turn an XY coordinate plane into a grid system.
XY is a grid system already.
Yeah.
Right.
So what does the calculation or the equation that you're going to give us, what does it do to that?
Takes the XY and turns it into longitude, latitude.
Right. That's also a two-dimensional coordinate system.
Yeah, I got you. Just give me a second. I'll dig it up for you. 1 second.
Right. So what is it that it's doing again?
It's just giving you another coordinate system.
Yeah. Do you have to fix a center point?
That's the whole derivative of your calculation is what point you're
do they
measuring
just
from.
make X 0 and Y 0?
Technically, sometimes, yeah. Depending on the...
And then you can work
polar...
out how far away you are. They put that as the center point.
Yeah, but I think each system has its different point position, right? Or can have its different
One has
position.
an XY coordinate, and the other one has a central point on it. The way I understand longitude, latitude.
Yeah.
One of them's a circle and the other one's a straight line, isn't it? Concentric circles, straight lines. One of them. The other one, XY, is just straight lines. All on a 2D plane, though. I like these chats, don't you? Because, I mean, we don't often get to talk about this sort of stuff. The ballers aren't brave enough, and it seems like you actually go into the conversation. I mean, maybe naively.
Again, Bev, I'm just making sure I understand the what they've done to the reality we're in, and how they've done it, and learning the Cartesian to spherical coordinate system via calculation is. I find, like I said, I like math.
You say spherical coordinate. Do you think longitude, latitude is spherical?
Hold on, I'll get you the fucking formula. Again, it's just mathematical extraptions based on polar coordinates.
If you find that formula, wait. If you find that formula and you make sense of it, I'll give you $1.
Yeah, I'll give you a nugget. But yeah, Data, this is a family show.
Hey, at the end of the day, you're just sharpening the steel, boys. That's it.
I've seen the formula. If you personally can make sense of it, yeah, my hat's off.
Yeah, that's the idea, right?
There's a couple more. There's some.
You have to show Buster how you made it make sense.
No way, man. He'll just make it up. You know how it works. Like the unexplainable will just get made up and assumed.
So,
are you sure you're not a baller, Data?
Yeah.
Cartesian to polar coordinates, right? You would take the polar coordinates, the Cartesian coordinates would be just a numeric system of 12 squared plus 5 squared, parentheses, and then you'd square root that. Then you could take so for instance, in your Cartesian, you would have your x, y coordinates, which the x would be 12, the y would be 5, and these would be the measurements.
No. See, this is where you're going to go wrong right from the off, right? I am here, right? So I would have an X value and a Y value to be able to hand to you, right? Because that is what a coordinate system is. The X and the Y. So I will give you an X number and a Y number. And you'd be able to look at the map, right? And then go, there you go. That's where you are. I can pinpoint you on that map, right? Now, those are the numbers. So let's say I'm at X3 and Y6, right? 36. 36. Now, there you go. I'm handing you those numbers, X and Y numbers. So I would expect the formula that you have would have somewhere where it has X and Y, and we could just put those into the equation, and then we will come out with a longitude latitude coordinate system, right?
that's essentially what the driving is, to get angles instead of just your measurements.
Okay,
It's
so
to
this
turn them
formula that you've got will have an x and a y in it, won't it?
Yeah, so it's just x squared plus y squared. Square root that will get you your numeric value, and net of that you can throw it into your arc tangent function to get the degree.
Whoa, the arc tangent function.
Yeah, so
what's a tangent?
You got your tangent, then you got your
Tangent
arctan, right?
to a two-dimensional plane.
No, we gotta add
it's all
that
two,
into that then.
It's all two dimensional.
Yeah. So where's the tangent then?
Well, the tangent would be along the plane, right?
Tangent to a two-dimensional plane.
Tangent.
I'm just telling you what they're saying. Whether they want to call it a tangent because it's a sphere, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that that's what they call it.
Well, you said tangent though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's arctangent, so which is the negative tan, right? So negative tan, xy parentheses, negative tan.
Whoa, you said tangent.
I said arctan, but whatever.
Yeah.
Arctangent, tangent. What's an arctangent?
A negative tangent. So you have a tangent and then a negative tangent.
Okay, so is that a tangent to a two-dimensional plane?
Yes, sir.
So it's just a straight line?
Yes, it's all straight lines.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. A straight line on a plane, though. Why would you ever call that
So I'm
a
just
tangent?
saying that they're
An arc
devised to
tangent.
create grid systems, right?
It's another
I'm not saying
word
it
for a
takes away
straight line.
spherical. So yeah, okay. So here we go. Polar just okay. All right. It's been a while. I got to go back and read this stuff. I'm fascinated with all this stuff, man.
Yeah, well, I'd be fascinated in it, right? And I probably have been fascinated in it and looked into it and gone, that sounds like a load of tosh. Because it's X,
Yeah,
Y,
I don't think
right?
I don't see the practicality, and I'm not creating coordinate systems. I'm not making maps, so yeah, it's pretty useless unless you're using that,
the
or it's an
coordinate
exam or
system
something for school, right?
They're both on a two-dimensional plane.
Mm-hmm.
So the first question I'd ask yourself is how you can have an arc tangent to a two-dimensional plane.
Well, it's just calculating its degree that way, right? If you have two values, you want to get the degree, you just rise over run. You use that arctan sign to get the degree, right? So
what do you mean rise over? It's a two-dimensional. Where's the rise? I'm not so sure you understand this data.
That's a different calculation I'm thinking about.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, no. These are 2 points on a map. Yeah, not rise over run. My bad. Just think of a different calculation.
Yeah. Well, try not to do calculations. Try and stick with measurements, and then it will be much easier for you to express them to us. Because the calculation doesn't really mean anything, does it? Like a fancy formula doesn't impress us. It doesn't impress me anyway. I mean, people might get impressed about it. Clary? Buster? Rakia? Do you get anyone get impressed by a good formula? Good mathematical equation?
No.
A few X's
I
and
stopped
Y's.
listening when he used rise over run for navigation about an hour ago.
I wasn't using rise over run for navigation. That's calculating the.
You were using your finger as an angle, the elevation.
Well, if you have the height of an object and the distance and the or the height of the object and the distance plus the distance to it, you can do the calculation and times it by 57.3 to get the degree, right? And if you want to take Cartesian XY coordinate systems, you can transpose it into spherical coordinates by x squared plus y squared plus z squared, square root that, and you can get one coordinate. You have to break them individual though, right? So you have 3 steps to calculate that system, which is your R, your.
Did you just say R?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no wonder you giggled after it. That slipped that one in quite nicely.
Well, the R is not based on your radius of the Earth. It's just based on your X, Y, Z coordinates in Cartesian.
What?
And they're just
No. Wait a minute. X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
Are X and Y are on the horizontal plane, right? And your Z
is vertical,
is your vertical.
Sure.
Right,
So you can
okay,
just
so-
square root the x squared plus y squared plus z squared to get your spherical coordinate for that one. Then you can do the other one,
Sorry,
which is
sorry. Say that again.
so you have
no,
three
you're-
systems,
Yeah,
right?
we've
You have
got
three.
X,
You have
Y, and Z.
Your x system, your y system, or your points. Your x
Yeah.
point, your y point, and your z point, right?
Yep.
To take those 3 points,
Yep.
you can use a calculation, which is square root the x squared plus y squared plus z squared, to get the r, and then you can use, which is not the radius of the Earth.
Whoa. Right. Let's unpackage that before you do, and carry on. You've got a coordinate system where x and y are the position on the plane, and z is an elevation number.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So, let's say I am at position 1, 1, 1. Right, on this x, y, z coordinate plane, right? Coordinate system, right? So your formula was the square root, yeah, of x squared plus y squared plus z squared square rooted, right? And that gives us. What did you say that gives us?
You got this on the whiteboard?
Gave us.
I can't follow that.
It says 1.73. So if you were said
So the
y
R
point
for your
you
position coordinate would be 1.73, right? So what you've done is you've found a position in a Cartesian coordinate system and then added them in to a formula to find out the radius of the position you are away from what? The 0 point of your coordinate system.
The distance to it,
Yeah.
or from it.
Why did you want to do that? Why are you making spheres?
I'm not.
From your
So what I'm
position
trying
wherever
to do,
you are.
What I'm trying to understand as I go through all this stuff, how they take 2D plane surfaces and then hijack them into spheres, right?
They don't.
So that
it's Gaussian curvature, right? It's a non-developable surface. They don't do that ever. Can't. It's within their mathematical system. It's impossible. So that's it. Done. They just don't do it. Do you know who else I've ever heard talking about that?
I don't think most Globers are researching much.
None of them. Only you.
Well, I'm not a Glober, dude.
No, I know, but you're bringing it up for them. I've never heard them bring it up or try and justify it.
That they live on a flat plane, and then this is how they convert a flat plane into a sphere. Well, then, good for them. They're realizing how their reality has been mathematically put into an abstract formula.
No, I would give you the point that I've never heard them talk about it. So now they've probably heard you talk about it. It'll come up as an argument. Because they'll now be able to say, well, Bev and Data are arguing against it. So we'll go with Data. Data seems to know about the numbers.
Well, they'll have to admit that they can only navigate with straight lines and angles then.
Yeah, you wait out. They'll be coming for you. They'll be getting you on side. Because you know how the maths works. You'll be able to tell them how the maths works and how they do it. They don't know how it does. I'd say it's impossible to do it, but they'll be coming to you because you're the one that can do it for them. You know how it's done, how they do it.
That doesn't mean much, man. At the end of the day, they don't know their own model and how to understand it. It's on them.
Yeah, you're telling them though. You're giving them ideas. You're letting them know that you think it's possible.
I'm letting them know that they have to use straight lines and angles to navigate, and that they've taken that limited, I guess, in their minds, their limited reality, and trying to expand on it by imposing abstract mathematical abstractions. Sure, they want to admit that. That's fine with me.
They won't have to admit it. They'll just be able to say that you know how it's done.
Well, I wouldn't say that would mean much, man. If I know more about their own model,
Yeah.
and how it's done, then that's on them, man.
Yeah. These people work in mysterious ways.
For me to be a journalist, a filmmaker, or anything, I cannot be afraid to oppose any bias or any view that I have. I cannot do that. That's not fair. Now, do I already know that there's tons of liars in the ball idea, like purposely obfuscating for certain things? Absolutely. Are there some in flat earthers? For sure. I've already caught a couple already. It's all good. It like I said, there's good people and bad people in all groups, as I stated earlier. I can't be afraid of the process of how they devised the system they're in.
Who's the flat earthers that you caught? Flat Earth Society members.
Well, Mark Sargent's one.
Well, yeah, he admits to being Flat Earth Society. That's not new. It's not much of a catch. He's got his name all over Flat Earth Society, hasn't he? Any others?
Dana just metered and deafened
Oh,
himself.
what?
Is he alright?
Yeah.
What
I just
happened?
came back.
Dropped and came back. You guys know it's 2H Friday night.
Oh, that's shit,
It's
Mike.
choppy.
That's even worse shit, Mike, Rob.
Fight Mike,
Okay,
fight
I'm sorry.
night.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's fight night over at Brandon's. I'm gonna go over there, okay, guys?
Why are you
Yeah,
promoting
okay.
another show on this live stream, man?
Honestly.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Go on, get a good fight in.
Well, it's Friday. It's Friday night players. Come on, boys. Let's go.
Go over
Friday
there.
night BS.
We're live streaming here. I mean, I went over last time. It didn't work out too well. But
Yeah,
I mean,
go enjoy the talk about
Yeah.
whatever bullshit they're
Go
talking
and see whether they're keying up
Well,
the.
that's the thing. I want to
the
know
White
what kind of
Swan.
bullshit's going on.
Well, let us know if
We
they're coming
got this
back.
shit locked down, boys.
It's the big day tomorrow.
They might start talking about ghosts over there.
Yeah, aliens.
And then I might have to just come back here. Gotta at least see what kind of bullshittery they got going on.
Go on then.
Yeah,
Go
just
on.
count it out.
I love you guys. I'll see you later.
See you in a bit. Yeah, I can't go over there. I went over there the other night. I think
Yeah.
I'm just about done with all of the other stuff. I mean, I'll go over there and have a chat with some people. But the people that I've been dealing with over the last 2 years has been enough to teach me that I don't know, they're not in it for a genuine conversation. Not in it for trying to teach or trying to, I don't know. See, the stuff that we were just talking with Data with about earlier, and that was the sort of stuff that I came in with. Just very simple questions. How do you do? I think one of the earlier ones was like, how did they measure how far away things are in the, you know, planets and sun and all of that sort of stuff? And the answer I always got was they use trigonometry. And that's led to some like geometry realizations. That the best one is you can't do fuck all with an angle, because that's all you ever have. All of this stuff, people measuring stuff in the distance, saying they can do trigonometry, they're only in possession of one angle. You can't do fuck all with an angle. That's the astrological astronomy. I don't know. I get confused with those two. They both sound the same to me. I've got no distance. And then that one from the White Swan. You've got all the distances and elevations that you need. I don't know why you'd perform trigonometry to work out what the angle is that you're looking at the thing from and how that would help. Everything's just a nug. Everything's a nug angular size. You've just got to make sure that you put the nug either close enough or far enough away. You can sort that one like that, can't you? I mean, it's dead easy to do that. Doesn't prove much, but you could say nugonometry, couldn't you?
Oh yeah. Same thing. I mean, it's the same thing as holding your hand up and saying, "My hand is as big as that car." You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've never really
All right.
understood that.
I gotta mute again. I'll be back. Sorry.
Oh, whatever. Come on, chat. Whatever. I know you're in the chat talking good. Come and tell us. I'm gonna have to save that. That's a good one. Earth shape, Earth fixed is I'll put that in the chat for us. You'll like this in the live chat. Whatever's been helping us out, and we've been doing the geometry and that, and he's put in there the ECEF, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, is a cardigan coordinate system. That's fancy, isn't it? We keep warm in the winter. Put your cardi on. Cardigan coordinate system for the Earth. So it appears that they seem to be different. They seem to think that it's a cardigan coordinate system, but the Cartesian is the X, Y, and Z.
Which Bev is all the basis for all these coordinate systems anyway.
Yeah,
even in GPS.
He says
GPS,
it's fixed at the center.
No.
Yeah, I know that. But see, that's where the difference comes in, right? We're talking about X, Y, and Z as though it is the actual X, Y, and Z. But people like Jesse Kozlowski and whatever here seem to just change that and put it as an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. But then that means that X, Y, and Z are all over the place. I can do that. We do actually have...
There's no polar position that I've ever seen written down, because there's no actual polar position of Earth in the north. They claim to be Polaris to be the position, but actual land position, I've never seen one measured, calculated, none of it. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I've only seen it calculated. I've never seen it measured, pardon me.
There you go, there's the XYZ. Orthogonal, you gone. Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. How you can turn that into a spherical coordinate system, I'd be surprised.
I just mentioned something like that to B-Ball for Life. He's over there in the chat thread. He doesn't seem to know how geodetic surveying works. He just likes to comment a lot about it.
Yeah. Well, geodetic
Why don't you tell him?
just
Why don't you tell him to go look up manifold abstraction?
No.
And how?
No.
Well, that's what it is. It's not reality. It's a mathematical abstraction.
No,
that's what
it's
manifolds
not.
are. That's what
data.
Okay.
There are geodetic surveyors in reality. They survey. They've just hijacked the name land surveying and titled it geodetic surveying. These surveyors are real people. They go out and they survey on the plane. because they use the tools on auto level, theodolite. They use straight angles, straight lines to measure angles, to measure elevation changes. They do all of that, right? Now, what you are talking about is talked about in these Discord rooms. It's not reality, right? So every time you say that, right, that it's an abstraction, anyone listening who is actually a surveyor will think you are mental. Right? That's because you're not talking about reality. Whereas that in reality, they have a job. They do it.
Then they would understand the manifold is created. The manifold
They
mathematics
don't
is,
use a manifold. There is
how the
no
WGS
manifold.
That's how the WGS 84 was designed. Is
But
using.
they don't use that.
Well, under the hijacking of geodesics is the idea that straight lines curve.
How many surveyors have you ever talked to?
A couple on the street.
And what did they say about your manifold?
They literally think the dipping Earth is a few miles away from them.
Right. How did they equate that to the manifold, to the measurements that they were taking?
No, because they don't go that complex with it. No.
So nobody does, not even the people that you suppose that actually do that, right? So what you're saying is you know more than the actual surveyors that do the job, right? But you know more because you've talked to people in Discord rooms. Like Rumpus. Rumpus imagines that he knows lots more than people that have actually done surveying.
No,
because he's
I
read
would
a
never
book.
Suggest that or conclude that.
You've got to be careful because these are people that actually do this job, right? We're in a little tiny area, and you assume that the whole world's against you because the ballers that we talk to are vehemently against us, talking about reality. Well, surveyors will live in reality and they work in reality and they measure reality. They don't measure manifolds and go and do calculations to change the measurements that they've took in reality onto a manifold that's not what they've took in reality. It just doesn't happen.
I was just referring to the origins of the WGS 84 and how it came to be.
Mm-hmm.
1984.
Which is from a mathematical abstraction process of taking state plane coordinate systems and turning it into.
Dude, you sound like Lemon now. I swear.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're talking about the globe.
No. Listen, my position, okay, again, it just seems to be lost, whatever. I'm trying to clearly distinguish the difference between both arguments.
Why? I know their argument. I don't give a damn. I don't want to know anything more about WGS 84. I know all about it.
Yeah.
You know.
We all know all about it.
They don't. That's the problem.
Well, what are you teaching them?
They think that somehow Wikipedia page is their reality.
You're teaching them sci-fi. You are reading them sci-fi stories, Data.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to disagree with that. The point is if I'm going to refute something or disavow something, let's say, at least I should understand how it was created. If I'm just going to disavow it, sure, I can do that, but that's not how I operate. It may be how other people operate, but that's not how I operate.
How can you falsify a model of something that is not real? Why waste your time?
Exactly. So once you find that out mathematically and you can back it up mathematically, then you can move on to the next thing again. I can falsify it based on the fact that it's abstraction. It's a calculation. The deriving force of that calculation is usually state plane coordinates, which is nothing to do with...
Now you're talking. Now you're talking about reality. That's cool. But see, as soon as you get that model Take that model out of your head, man, and just throw it in the trash. You don't need it.
I don't have any model in my head at all. I live on a stationary plane with the sun bodies moving, celestial bodies moving above. But if I'm going to, the thing what I find in all these other books that I've read, that are from the 1800s and so forth, that have an argument against the ball, they have great arguments, and we're on repeat. And funny thing is even now, after what, 5 years later, I still haven't read half of the, like, I'm just going through what the Gleason's book right now, and I'm like, holy fuck, this is just fucking repeat 101.
Do you think
Wheelhouse.
do you think that you could defend that stationary plane model that you just said you live on geometrically?
I would defend it by a few physics examples. Sure.
How do you define a plane?
Equal points of elevation creating a horizontal path.
So you live on a 2D surface.
So I live on a place that has equal points of elevation creating a horizontal line, which is only possible on an extended plane. Now, are you asking me if there's depth, breadth, and width in that 3D or in that plane? I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just some guy. You just told me you live on a flat plane, and I'm like, what? That's crazy. You can't defend that position. Why not live in reality, man? Why not just talk about Euclidean 3 space? Talk about elevation. Forget about WGS 84. Throw it away, and talk about differential leveling.
You're missing my point. What would create a horizontal line a plane with equal elevation from the observer will create a horizontal path on an extended plane? You'd have to
Are you talking about a parallel plane model?
You're first of all trying to devise what causes a horizon, because there's a definite explanation for horizon
geometric
on a ball.
Physical horizon.
There's a definite
Would you
horizon.
say there's a geometric physical horizon?
So I would say that our eyes compress light into geometrical patterns. Yes, those geometrical patterns.
So there's a geometric physical horizon.
So it's, again, if you understand how light works and compression, optical compression, then you'll understand that there's no magnitude in those positions. In other words, there's nothing measurable there. It's purely based on the compression value of light. So if you understand,
so you're just totally deflecting away from what I initially was talking to you about.
Compression
I was trying to bail you out too.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
You just
trying to tell you,
shite, right? Just because people don't understand what you're saying, even when you don't understand what you're saying, right? It doesn't mean it's clever, and it doesn't mean people go, wow, data sounds smart.
Equal points of elevation. Is it or is it not possible on an extended plane?
Yeah, but you're like a broken record. You don't live on a flat 2D plane. I was trying to explain to you, then you just derailed it into a horizon about your eyes and how they work.
If you're looking to define observation, if you're looking to define what horizon is, then I'm trying to replace what is possible on an extended plane when it comes to the horizon.
Now you're back on a 2D plane. You won't even let me bail you out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, man. This is a geocentric parallel plane. Shout out to GPP.
Yeah,
parallel planes. Yeah.
So,
you know me.
On a parallel plane, is it possible to create equal levels of elevation, creating a horizontal path?
You're on a.
Yeah, it's like a mantra.
You said you're on a plane, right?
I say extended plane at the end of my questioning. So what I say is it possible to have equal points of elevation creating a horizontal path on an extended plane? Now, did I say that extended plane doesn't have topography? I said equal elevation. So if you want to imply...
no, man, you're lost if you're talking like that, man. I'll be back. I'm listening.
Well, our vision rises, based on refraction, rises to ground to a point creating a horizontal path. From that horizontal path, we can measure zenith positions.
We can measure eyesight?
Well, you can, yeah, as long as you know.
No,
the distance to the.
You have a tool to establish the horizontal, right? You don't do that with your eyes.
So if I knew the height to something and I wanted to know the distance to it, I could do that using my eyes.
No, you couldn't.
Yes, I can. I'll give you. I tell you how to do it. Again, I keep repeating it over and over again. For some reason, you guys don't.
You can't just look at something and tell that it's horizontal.
I need a measure. I need something to measure against, right, to get a degree or an angle. So
a degree
I
from
can do
where?
that. Okay. So again, you can use your hand to measure the degree.
Dude,
so as long as I know the height.
Not horizontal. Dude.
Okay. So as long as I know the vertical.
You can't put your finger out to measure a horizontal. That's
you put
ridiculous.
your finger out to measure the degree.
What degree of what? It's an angle.
It is.
Right. So where are you measuring an angle from?
So the width of your finger
from the horizontal.
The width of your finger is going to be measured. You can use that as a degree. Okay.
We've
the
done
width
this
of your
before.
finger.
You keep saying that. Yes. A degree
yes,
where? A vertical angle or a horizontal angle? And where are you measuring
that's the best part
from?
About the degree is that it was derived from using a circle, right? And parts of those radiants of that circle gives you a degree.
Okay, right. Where's the bottom of the angle? Data.
Listen, the basic function of this navigation is unreliable.
An angle
is totally reliable and undeniable.
I don't believe you can't understand what an angle is. Data.
It's two points that equal a vertice, right?
Okay, right. So where you're waving a finger around in front of your face.
Yeah.
Right? Where are you trying to get a horizontal with that, are you?
No.
Okay, well that was what we were trying to do. I said data. I said you can't
width, right?
look out.
So if I hold it up,
data, please, data. I said you can't measure a horizontal with your eyes. You said you can. You hold your finger out. I said, what is the angle that you are measuring and where are you measuring it from?
Okay, so based on our constant vision, which geometric, there's a constant based on the average eye, that you can measure the degree or arc minute or arc seconds to something against your finger. Because your finger has an average size. So that average size can be deduced or used, against objects in the foreground.
Yeah, I'm just
to determine the distance to it.
Where you are measuring the angle from. I do know what an angle is, right? You're meant to be doing horizontal. Now, you are waving your finger around in front of your eye.
Right. That's correct.
Okay, now.
So as long as you know the height to that object, put your finger up and your fist up. So I'll give you an example. Here's a scenario. It's very
easy. You said horizontal, didn't you? We were talking about a horizontal
looking
plane.
at a mountain.
Data.
Can I just explain it? It's very easy, please.
Fucking hell. I'm going to go.
We're going to stand and look at a mountain.
Somebody else decides whether he's going to measure this angle or horizontal
So listen,
plane,
this is how easy it is. It's not complex, okay?
Do we need a break? Or are we good? Out of control. Is he talking about a finger again?
No, here's your fist. So listen, we're looking at a mountain. The mountain is from knuckle to knuckle. It's width, okay? You're not measuring the vertical height with your hand. You're just measuring the degree with your hand, which is yet an angle. Two vertices creating a point. The point is that it's on average, your fist for the average person is going to measure about 10 degrees based on the distance from your eye to your hand to the distance from the foreground.
I can't listen to this anymore. You said this before.
It works totally fine. Go try it out for yourself. As long as you know the height to something, you can use your fist. If your fist is shows up 10 degrees to that mountain, take the height of the object in the distance, divide it by the tangent of the degree.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, you believe that. That's cool.
You can do it. It's not a belief. This is the difference between your belief and knowledge. I have the knowledge to know how to do it. You should try it, Cleary. Then you'll have the knowledge.
I have the knowledge to know that there are many different shapes of hands, many different lengths of arms, and I know that that's bullshit.
So is it an exact measurement? Like I said before, no. It's probably
it's not.
Variables. But it can be used. It can be used, and it is used in navigation when you're lost in the woods or you're trying to find a location somewhere. You want to know how far you have to walk. Yes, it can be used, regardless of your belief on it, Cleary.
So now you're being a dick. It's not a belief, okay? You're talking about something that is just
so I have the knowledge
abstract,
that I can navigate
inaccurate thing.
Again, it's unfortunate that you think it's not viable. It's not. I didn't invent it. Didn't come from me. People use it all around the world, and it's just using right angle triangles. And you can use your hand as a rough estimate for degrees. As long as you know the height of the object, you'll find the distance to it. This is just rudimentary practicing basic trigonometry with the body, escaping all technology and
What's
just
the
using
ratio
your,
data?
I can't remember the ratio to what? The angle?
Yeah. You're using, I take it you're using similar triangles method.
Well, that's all the triangles are, is based on ratios, right? So what do you mean?
I mean, when you are doing Stadia method or whatever, then the ranging on the Stadia hairs are usually 1 to 100 is in optical, like auto levels or that. But if you're talking rifle scopes, it can be 1 to 1,000. What's the ratio with your finger?
I believe
you
it
do
was
that?
1 to 80 or 1 to 20. I can't remember. I'd have to go back and read it again.
Oh.
I think it's 1 to 80 is the ratio. I'd have to double check.
Okay, so when you go, like, there's a mountain in the distance and you wave your finger up in the air and you say 1 degree, I suppose. I mean, I don't know what that'd be.
So just your pinky finger is now it all varies in size of hand. I get it, but it's an approximate that your pinky finger could be
Yeah.
approximately 1 degree.
Yeah, well, that would
Your
be
fist is,
in a ratio to what you see through a auto level or a ranging finding things. That would be the extremities of the Stadia hairs, right?
I don't know what you're saying, because I'm just using
We're
my
talking
finger.
range finding. That's what you're doing, right?
Essentially range finding. Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
right. So you know how range finding works through the Stadia method.
Well, you can use range finding based on the angular size change,
You've seen
right?
scopes, right? You've seen shooting hunting scopes with a crosshair.
Yeah.
Right? And then you've seen the lines above and below.
Sure, yeah.
Right, well, those are called Stadia hairs, Stadia lines, and they are a size difference, right? And that is what you would come out for your finger, would be those hairs, right? So what you do is you range find because you know an approximate size of the object in the distance, then you would know how far away it is as how far it fits. Basically what you're doing with your finger, right? But those, like I just said earlier, for a rifle, 1 to 1,000, and an auto level, not usually 1 to 100, right? But that's dependent on the optics for the device, right?
That's right, your eye. So I'm basing mine off the human eye, which I think is
what's the ratio?
So they were talking about the ratio between my finger and my eye.
Yep.
I think that's 1 over 20. I'd have to double check.
Okay. So when you hold your finger up, then what gets hidden is 20 times bigger than the size of your finger.
I'd have to double check that. Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
No, none of it sounds right at all.
You can navigate with your fist and your hang loose sign for sure, as long as you know the elevation to something.
Yeah, it sounded like you went back to a repeated sort of mantra.
Yeah, it's his mantra. He's trying to get that message out.
Who you working for, Data? I mean, what's this?
You realize I'm talking about straight lines and angles, right? That's all I'm talking about. It's just navigating on an extended plane.
Yeah, you don't seem to understand what the angle is, though. You
He don't seem to understand what an extended plane is.
Two points creating a vertex, 2 angles creating a vertex, right? That's where you get your degree from. I'll give you the approximate ratio in a second, Bev. 1 second.
just making a brew for the missus. I'll be back in a minute, but I'll
Yeah, I'm
find
still
laser
trying to get home.
range finding page for you in Stadia.
I appreciate that.
I did say about this that it's in optics, and it's been in the optics of most optical range finding or optical sighted devices for a long time.
Nothing new that we're discussing here. Like, there's nothing new at all, right? This is just on the wheelhouse.
Yeah. But I just think next time, if there's nothing new, why do you use a finger and not the Stadia method? Because surely it's much easier to explain.
I think because when I'm looking at just basics of navigation, like what the Vikings used to do, and then if you get lost in the woods, which you can do to navigate, just that's my approach, is without the aid of a measuring tool, except for your hand.
What if you get lost in the woods? Give us that one.
Well, that's a lot. There's lots. I mean, I don't know them all. There's the stick in the ground, right? Like the stick in the ground one, or the Viking compass one to determine north, right? So
in the woods.
Right? Well, if you have access to sunlight.
No, you said in the woods. How'd you do it in the woods?
Well, you'd have to have access to sunlight first of all, and you'd have to check your position every couple of hours to make sure you're heading in one direction. And it has to be on a completely flat surface too, or else.
Yep.
You wouldn't be lost in the woods then, would you? How would you do it if you were lost in the woods? Like proper woods as well.
Up in Canada here, where it's gray all the time, it's really easy to get lost in the woods if you don't know where you're
How do you see stars when the sky is gray?
That's what I'm saying. It's really easy to get lost in the woods out here because it's gray so much.
And how do you get out then? How do you
follow a riverbed?
In the woods.
If you can find one, yeah.
Look for a river.
Well, what else do you want to do?
I don't know. You were telling us how you would do it, dude. Come on.
Well, I'm saying it's hard to get out of the woods when it's gray.
Don't just make shit up and then not have a way to get out of when you make shit up.
I have no way of getting out of the woods when it's gray. Zero. It's terrifying. When it's gray all for a week straight, you got no sun, you got no stars, you're fucking lost. As my knowledge is right as of now. So I just want to know this shit. Don't want to be not a non-knower. And when it comes down to it, it's all Euclidean geometry. Every ounce of it. It's fantastic. Why do you keep asking me who I'm working for too? I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy behind a laptop.
Who's asking you you were working for? Did I ask you that?
You've asked me like that like 4 times now.
I'll ask you again then. Who are you working for, Data?
Who do you work for?
Yeah. I'm not getting paid a cent to nobody. But
You're not getting paid a cent to nobody? That was, yeah.
Who do you volunteer for then?
If somebody called me up and asked me to volunteer to spend my time debating and arguing on a channel, I'd have to look at them and go, what do you call it when you do something for free but you get something in the back end? It's an honorary. What do you call it? An honorarium. They would have to be a big honorarium at the end of it.
I think there's a better word for it.
Honorarium? Honorarium? Yeah, it's when you do something for free and then they give you something at the end of it because you're not doing it for money. You get an honorarium. There probably is a better word for it too.
Is it something like a philanthropist, I think?
Yeah, yeah. Where? Sign me up, man.
Just off the top of my head. Does sound good though. Let's have a look.
Well, listen, when you were exposed to this argument, flat or ball, did you not think it was like retarded? Did you not go, what the fuck? Eh? I did. I wasn't. I tried debunking flat Earth for a whole year, man. Right? So I couldn't prove the ball, and I couldn't debunk flat Earth. So there you go.
Oh no, you've got to be wealthy. Someone who get
Now, who are you working for, Nev?
I don't work for anyone.
Well, I think if you do those kid shows,
I work
man,
for the truth.
exactly. If you do those kid show versions and you got some 20-minute little fun tidbits, like fun ways to teach, I'd show my daughters.
Maybe not philanthropist. There is another big word.
Philanthropy would be what a billionaire does.
Mm-hmm.
Honorarium is when you're told you're not going to get paid, but at the end there's an honorarium. So it's like getting paid peanuts, essentially. Or it's an exchange of services. So while you not get cash, you might get an exchange of services. I figured since the introduction of all this, why not put it down to book format, considering everything's online, do something different. Not that it's unique at all or different. It's just, everybody has their channel, everybody has their thing. And I was like, okay, am I going to have a YouTube channel 20 years from now? No. Am I going to be, having all these videos 20 years from now? Probably not. But if I put it all down, put a story behind it, show the argument, I might have that book 20 years from now.
20 years?
Sure, if I live that long, yeah.
You want to? We clearly wanted to do one on the professional use of a water level, I think.
It's
a pretty short book. You'd be able to do it pretty quickly. Wouldn't take much work.
I think if you get your Globers on here trying to teach a bendy line, and you took that information and use that. I like using their information against them.
They're not coming back, Data. They've gone. They can't acknowledge this conversation anymore.
Well, I'll help you out. I'll try to bring them your way somehow.
You won't be able to bring them over here. I'm telling you, they'll make any excuse not to come over here because this is too hard a subject for them. There's too much cog dis. The pain gets too much. They know there is no answer for them. There is an answer. It's really, really, really easy, but they're not allowed to say that because they've spent 2 years saying level isn't horizontal. So they're a bit stuck. No one will even attempt to have a debate for how they imagine their geometry works.
It'll come in waves. There'll be a little bit of a, what do you call it? The tide is out right now. The tide eventually will come in.
No.
It'll
come in for a load of other people, but not for these hardcore ballers. They've made their minds up. They're not going to come back. This is an argument that they do not need to even contemplate anymore.
Well, because they have no argument against. They have no argument against it, right? So I don't blame them.
Their Ranty's gonna help conspiracy cats. Have you not seen that picture?
Yeah. So I it's funny. About a year ago, I had asked Ranty this question. I said, "Well, how long are you going to be doing this debate stuff?" He says, not very long. I'm pretty much done shortly anyway. And then Brandon came into the picture.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe 3 months after that conversation I had with him, maybe a little longer. So they've been setting up the rotation rolls, right?
Yeah. I think so. I think the Ranty's 5-year service was up. Time to move on into the other game. I think there's there may be an element of flat Earth society type thing, right? Get both sides playing both sides, and then there's a switch being made because there's obviously more money on the other side, and it's much better off for you to be on the other side of the argument than obviously one
imagine
side's
if
better than the other.
Most likely, if I ever if I did the flip-flop bullshit, I'd probably gain 400 subscribers right away and break that 1,000, right?
I don't know. It depends.
Well, I was thinking about trying it for the simple reason is that for shits and giggles, the whole process of the troll existence, right? Like the whole process of being a troll, like you see the flat earthers, the pretender flat earthers coming over, and 2 weeks later they're switching to globe, right? It'd be taking the piss out of that bullshit. But at the end of the day, I'm doing this material. Once I'm done this material,
well, I think it would be a good test, right, Data? Because if you were to flip and the ballers accepted you into their fold as a victory, right? I'd say you were a shill all along.
Yeah, right.
Because if I was to try that, right, and flip,
yeah,
let's say, they wouldn't accept me. There's no way would
I don't think they
because they know, right? Once you know and you have a proof, they can't get that back because they know deep down that they can't knock that proof.
I don't think they'd accept me, man. If I kept my name as Flat Earth Data, and imagine that. Look, at the end of the day, when a psychological operation is being performed, then you have to treat it as such, right? And if you think the Great Reset and all this stuff is just by happenstance, and then we're talking about this Flat Earth Society just by all, you know what I mean? It's almost comical to how it unfolded and then how it's being controlled. It's comical in a sense because sometimes you can see the rotation, sometimes you can see when they replace each other in the debates, and it's like you don't do that if it's not organized, right? And there's one thing, I'm not organized at all, so I'm not part of any.
You do sound very scripted though at times, Data, and that they are also scripted.
Yeah, but that's probably because my rhetoric is fine-tuned to my strengths. And when I have my strengths, then I just stick to that rhetoric, right? Deviating away from that rhetoric would take away from my points. So that's probably why I sound scripted, is because my points are about the optics of the eye and the convergence point. That's basically what I started learning from the get-go. And that is my strongest proof of the horizon not being caused by a ball, right? So that may sound scripted, but at the end of the day, you can see the organization unfold, literally scheduling. And because I'm not organized, I recognized organized. Do you know what I mean? So I can see the transitions or the exchanges. And you don't do that if you're buddy and you're just doing shit for shits and giggles. You do that because it's a job, right? And that's a difference. Shift changes are evident of a job. It doesn't show up randomly here and there. He'll actually do shift changes with people, right? Same with Rumpus or Bob or Blue. They literally go through shift changes.
I don't know. Like if they've always kept away.
In the beginning, earlier on. But if you want to know, interesting, I don't know if I've addressed this. What are the odds that everybody involved with Flat Earth have 33 association? What do you think the odds of that would be?
Well, it depends what you call 33 association.
Well, let's just say there's a correlation between everybody having the master number in their name, but being the heavy hitters for flat Earth.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a number person like that, and having 33 in the name, that'd go to a little bit too much of a thing for me. But I mean,
Coincidence, right? Too much of a coincidence, a weird coinciding thing, right?
well, I don't know. I mean, like, what do you mean 33 in the name? That sounds
Well,
a bit silly.
I didn't devise the method. I didn't devise the know-how. I just copied somebody else, and through that process of copying somebody else, I applied it to just different areas. And so when I took that process somebody else had showed me and applied it to different areas, I found an interesting thing. It's in the book. I wrote about it in my book, so you can read about it if it ever makes your way. You can read about it. It's called Beyond the 33rd Curve. That's the chapter name.
It's just a code word to don't bother talking about this.
Oh, I don't know about that. It's written there. I think even Bob Nodell, he said that I shouldn't be writing about it. I have a screen caption of that.
Well, I don't know. It's just a number, isn't it?
I didn't devise the system. I didn't conjure the calculation for it. I didn't think it up. All I did was shown it, and I applied it to another area. That's it.
Do you know
And
when?
by
Do you know when
by
Aristophanes
happenstance
was born?
Before 300 BC.
Yeah, 330 BC.
Oh, 330. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, in Masonry, in Freemasonry, the two main gods are Pythagoras and Euclidean, right? They actually have pillars of truth, and Pythagoras is one, and Euclid is one.
Is that what it is? I don't think that's what the pillars were.
Well, not that, that's my saying, but they have two pillars. One is Euclidean, and one is Pythagoras. Yeah. So.
I don't see why you'd have to put both of them together.
Oh, because that's part of the Masons' education, right? It's the two dualities, Pythagorean, but Pythagorean and Euclid, right?
It's not duality, Pythagorean and Euclid.
Well, there's two pillars in the Mason, man. Go look it up.
I know there's two pillars.
Well, I didn't create it. I'm just observing, man, and reporting.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the two pillars, but I don't know. I've never heard anybody say that was Pythagoras and Euclid.
They're usually written at the bottom of the pillar. If you look closely, and they'll be written at the bottom of the pillars.
Nice.
Euclid would be on one side, and Pythagoras will be on the other.
Wow, that makes it a bit more geometric then.
The full circle.
What full circle?
Well, that's you ever hear that saying? We do a full circle, come back to it. We do a full circle.
I've heard of going round in circles.
Exactly. There you
Circular
go.
argument.
There you go.
Seems to be two pillars though. They're like two parallel lines. I mean, where'd you get a circle from? Only people who are affected by a model seem to keep referring to the circle all the time.
Oh, we have circles and straight lines. That's our reality, right? There's circles and straight lines everywhere we go, and so they're part of our existence.
It takes a special type of person to look at two straight lines and columns and checkerboard and then immediately talk about a circle.
Well, the sun is a circle, right? The moon's a circle, right? So it's not out of reach to look at circles and straight lines. Now, whether we live on a giant sphere, I would say that there's no direct evidence for a giant sphere. I mean, if we exclude refraction, there might be some issues with observations.
If you exclude refraction. Explain that.
Yeah, I'm referring to the southern rotation of the celestial bodies in the south, right?
I wouldn't know.
Well, that's what I'd be referring to.
The lights in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. And you have a problem with the lights in the sky?
No, I have the no problem with the lights in the sky at all. Just the understanding of what the lights in the sky are doing, I have a problem with.
Going around and around.
It's funny, the Paul McCartney song "A Fool on the Hill," right? The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. You familiar with that song?
Nah.
Or Yellow Submarine? We all live in a yellow submarine. You're
Yeah, I've
familiar with
heard
that
about that.
So what is Paul McCartney saying?
He was
Is
on
there
acid.
anything-
He was tripping his tits off.
I'd prefer to be in a yellow submarine where the sun goes down rather than a wobbling ball, water ball in a vacuum of space.
I don't know. Dude, it sounds like you're obsessed with the ball and lyrics and all of that sort of stuff. You've got a model.
There's another band called Toto. Do you know that band? They have a song that came out in 2014, and in that song he goes, no. Toto is a band that sings Africa.
Yeah.
So they literally have a song that came out in 2014 that says, "I cannot believe the Earth is round."
2014.
I'll post a link to you. 1 second.
No, I know it's all right. I'm not into that. Into Toto. I mean, that Toto was the 80s, wasn't it? You keep an eye on them. You were one of your favourite bands 30 odd years later.
So,
did they come on with the Zimmer frames and like scooters?
Check it out. This is what they call it. They call it the 21st Century Blues. And in the lyrics, did I post in the chat? In the lyrics, I'll post the lyrics for you. But it's too funny how it happened in 2014.
Wow. Oh yeah, I'm still not really interested in people's lyrics. People sing about all sorts of stuff. People have been singing about this sort of stuff as well. You often find that the singers have been more creative and they can get away with manipulating the lyrics. And I find it, even when you get lyrics, you read into them what you think may not be what the original lyrics were about.
Well, I'll read it for you. It says here, you used to trust what you heard. The channels were 3 when the news didn't seem so absurd. The words set you free, now they tell you what to think, and that the sky is green. Am I the only one to see that big machine? Someone tell me. How can we believe the world is round? I just can't conceive it. All we see and hear, the truth has drowned. It's all but disappeared. How can we believe the world is round? It's hard to perceive it. Shake your head and scream, but there's no sound. We've got the 21st century blues. It says here now, everything's upside down. It's all a big lie. Someone with suits will shoot uptown. They won't be denied. How many people got to die before we lend a hand? I can see myself living in a promised land. Someone help me. So that's Toto. 2014 this came out.
Well, you could have done it a bit more rhythmically. I don't want you to read it again. But next time, if you're going to come at us with lyrics, can you sing them to us at least? We'll see if we can get Buster to put a bit of a guitar.
Funny. I actually don't know the song. The guitar riff is pretty funky. Do you play guitar at all?
Me, no.
It's kind of alright. It's got this nice little chop riff in there. It's pretty it's rock. It's easy.
Can I just address whatever in the chat again? I mean, I think he's trying to encourage Paige to do a little bit of tool abuse. We don't encourage tool abuse around here. Whatever. He's
Maynard is pretty woke. Maynard is pretty woke, man.
He's trying to get Paige to take an auto level to a shoreline overlook on a nice day. Nice day also needed, right? Nice day. I've taken it.
So just at what point do they realize that their tools they're using to measure off in the distance?
Who said stop using? You see, you're using the wrong words. He's not measuring anything, is he? If he's got an auto level, you need a staff, right? A measuring staff to measure anything. So that's why we're saying tool abuse, because just taking your auto level to the beach and looking out over the water is I don't know. It's not doing anything. That's what I wanted to point out.
If anything, they need it they need it desperately so they can obfuscate the reality that they still claim a 6-foot observer is standing on the top of the sphere ball.
Dude, they don't. Who have you heard claiming that? When was the last time you heard somebody claiming what you've just said?
So in any of the demonstrations that they provide, as far as the representation they provide,
you say they?
Yeah, the proponents of the heliocentric model.
Who's they though? Don't just say the. Give us the last person that presented that to you.
Bob,
as you've just described, they
Bob
do it.
The science guy. Bob the science guy.
Okay, sweet. So Bob the science guy has said...
a 6-foot observer's on top of the ball and looking away. Everything is looking down the sphere.
Okay, down. He used, did he?
In his orthograph, or in his illustration, he's showing the observer looking down. Yeah. Did it come out of his mouth? No, he just used an illustration.
Okay. So, did you ask him if you double that distance, does it become a hump?
No, I asked him, does he really think that you can run 20, 30 minutes and go down the edge of the ball at that distance? And I haven't yet got his feedback on that yet.
Oh, look. See, this is your argument and whatever's been helping you, right? His first comment was, your level is horizontal and my level is horizontal. So whatever, one of the globe proponents, he gave us some of the Ruhif numbers, thinks that level is horizontal. But his horizontal is not the same as yours unless we are, I think that's meant to be, we're directly above or below each other. So he thinks you can't share a same horizontal unless you are above or below somebody else.
Nonsense.
Yeah. Right, but then that's just the level is horizontal problem that they've had. But here's the next one, right? This is, I think, partly your problem, your fault. He says, the moon doesn't get smaller with distance. It's the same angular size at any distance. You can tell by holding your pinky finger out at arm's length and compare it to the moon.
Too funny.
See?
Yeah. Following that lineup, you should ask him how you determine the distance to it then, because he still needs one true variable. And this is how you trap them, and exactly what it is. I can hold my finger up and it doesn't change. Good. So now why are you holding your finger up for it? Are you holding it up to measure the distance to it? Are you trying to measure how big it is? What are you trying to do, right? And when you actually go deeper, they need actually one true variable, which is the actual size or the distance to it, to actually get the correct measurement. So they say that, but just follow through and you realize that they don't have it. So it just stops dead in its tracks.
I go one more because he says, and using the words he says, the moon doesn't get smaller with distance. It's the same angular size at any distance, right? Well, an angular size is the size of the angle. Now, that angle would be measured from the bottom of the moon to the top of the moon. That's what they would call an angular size. Well, the moon does get bigger, supposedly, and smaller. That's why they cover the supermoon, right? The full moon, doesn't it get bigger? The full moon.
The moon changes. See another. That's another false statement. Is the moon does change actual size throughout its.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, therefore, the angle would get bigger. The angle size from the top to the bottom, because the moon gets bigger, the angle size would also get bigger and smaller. So it would change. Whereas whatever seems to think you can hold your little finger up and it does, that makes it not change size. So by whatever's reasoning, the moon doesn't change angular size because he has a little finger and he can hold his little finger up. These baller arguments are getting brilliant. I mean, that's one of the best ones I've ever seen. Everybody knows that the moon gets bigger and smaller.
Yeah, so they don't really have an argument then, right? They're just obfuscating.
Yeah, it's not. I noticed there as well, I didn't say because of distance. I don't know if it gets further away or not, but I do know that the size of the moon does change.
100%, yeah.
I know that. And no matter how many times I hold my little finger up at it, that won't make it say the same size.
You'll never know how far away it is unless you know one of the true variables. Either its actual size or the actual distance to it.
And you will never know either. So all you ever have is one angle. That's it.
You know, it's funny, using the Rayleigh criterion and to calculate it, it actually makes the sun about 30 miles, like if you use their claim that it's 200,000 miles away, it actually, the size of the Earth would be 30 miles, or size of the moon would be 30 miles wide. That's just using...
It's just a light in the sky.
Yeah, I know, but that's what the math would show.
Well, to give it a size, you are also giving it as an object, right? You are physicalizing it. Yeah, I can't do that. It's just a light in the sky.
Yeah, I'm studying everything with the eye, optics, like even Kepler, how he divides the arc minute of the sun and moon, particularly the sun. And, you know, it's literally, the reference points are literally the position from the eye to the arm's length from the eye. And using that as a base, I guess as a base calculation, then they deduce certain sizes based on aperture size. So you look through all the processes.
You should really look in. I'll find a rangefinder and study your hairs, because as you've just said, you need to know either the size of the object or the distance it is away from you, right? They're one of the two sides of the triangle that you need to know. You could also know the hypotenuse of the triangle as well if you wanted to, but you don't have that either. All you have is an angle. Now, to presuppose you can have an equation, or you can have something else that helps you, or some other dude did some fantastic shit with whatever, but all you ever gonna have is an angle. You can't do anything with it. It's just an angle. It's a third of a triangle. That's it.
Definitely limiting if you don't know the true variable, true variables.
But it's really easy to know when you have the geometry backing behind you that you can't do anything with it. I mean, trigonometry is based upon that.
Okay, let's change the subject quickly. I just got a report that the World Economic Forum is warning of a cyber attack leading to a systematic global collapse of the financial system. This was released last week.
That's why I don't watch the news.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if you want me to read a little bit about it.
No.
It's a
Not at all.
Y2K.
Copy.
I just
Yeah,
got
you
it
can
sent
have a
to me
look
now.
at this if you're interested in it. In the live chat. That's stadiometric range finding. Based on
DP said,
Go on.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Right, so I said stadiometric range finding based on three things. Triangles, similar triangles, based on a horizontal line and a vertical at the other end. And that's the triangles. An isosceles triangle from your eye through the scope to those little hairs. That's it. Right line geometry. In your face.
Yeah, DP said he's really enjoying the discussion with Data. Thanks, DP.
Is he? Did he mean that or?
He's being sarcastic.
He may have said something completely opposite, but that's what I just said.
It's good. Like I say it all the time. Talking to flat earth data is like talking to a compliant baller. Right? He comes across with all of their arguments, but then pretends he's not putting them across as their arguments. But
yeah, he's like a representative for the globe.
Yeah. It's a hostile witness for the globe model, because that's what he's trying to bring here.
It comes with a lot of beliefs and evidence for a globe, or whatever he believes, I guess.
Well, I know that we're stationary, and I know that we're an extended plane. And I know that the horizon isn't caused by Earth curvature. It's caused by your angular limitation of the human eye.
It's just there.
What's going up above in the heavens to the south I can't explain on a circular disc. And that's the truth. But what I can't
circular
round disc. So
yeah, he's a pizza flying through space. That one.
What I cannot reconcile is living upside down to justify the opposite rotation. I can't justify that.
You feel like you're confident knowing the dimensions of your city, your state, maybe your entire country?
We have been lied to about the size of the Earth 100%. That's what
I haven't. Do you know anything? Do you know anything beyond Canada or North America? I don't.
Just from what I've seen on maps and traveling, the Earth is freaking massive. And if you're going to tell me that a 6-foot observer is going to have somebody disappear over the edge at 3 miles, you live on a tiny, tiny, tiny Earth. Where I live,
you're kind of running through the same old thing, you know. That's the same old kind of stuff.
Well, that's what
just let go of all that. Just actually speak without that, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know anything beyond where I'm at.
Yeah, you just said then, Data. You said if you're gonna tell me, well, Cleary won't tell you that. I won't tell you that. Nobody in here will tell you that. So whose argument are you saying we're gonna tell you? Because it won't be us. We're the guys with the cameras, right? We'll go there and have a look. We won't say something disappears. We'll say, here, look, here's a picture. Here's what I could see. Nobody will go, here's what I couldn't see. Here's what's not in the picture. That'd be stupid.
In other words, what I'm saying in another way is your bullshit story is not what I observe my reality. My reality says that your bullshit story doesn't match
Whose
the
bullshit
size of
story? We've not got here. You must be
spinning water
talking
on the
about your bullshit story there, Cleary.
Yeah. He might be talking about Glovers. I don't know.
It's like you're running off that script again, Data.
So it's funny when I asked RC, because RC is about flying planes, right? And I said, RC, when I'm in my plane and I look out in front of me, I see a long extended plane that's stationary, no drop, no curve. He goes, that's not reality. That's what he said to me.
Yeah, RC's arse. I've got a good one where RC came round. See if I can find that one.
And then he backtracked from that statement. He goes, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said, dude, I just described reality for you or for anybody flying a plane. And you told me that looking outward and seeing an extended plane isn't reality. Right?
You called it a circle, right?
Flat Earth versus global.
Oh, I don't know what he called it at that point. He just said it wasn't reality. I was like, you're seeing an extended plane, two-dimensional distance and elevation, and you're flying over it just like the map suggests. And that's not reality? Okay, bud.
I thought you said it was a circle, a big circle.
No, if I was to use biblical reference, the Bible says, God says he inscribed a circle into the deep, and then he marked boundaries for the waters not to pass. So if I was to impose some sort of, conjure some sort of understanding of that, then I would know that water acts that way. If you create a boundary to it, it will not pass. Can I do that in reality, create the same concept as the description in the Bible? Yeah, I can. So that there, what size it is, I don't know. What kind of perfect circle it is, I don't think it's a perfect circle. I think, in fact, the Vatican tells you that they lie to you because they have in their obelisk in their church, they have an oval shape that calculates the difference between, I think, seasons and the sun. I think there's two different. The truth
imagine you saw imagine you saw a rain puddle. And then you saw a pond, and then you saw a lake, and then you saw an ocean. You would probably assume that ocean was like all those other bodies of water that had a boundary. It wouldn't take a message from God to tell you, that water is contained, right?
It wouldn't take that, no. But I'm saying as far as the book of Job and how the earth's described, God clearly tells you, you weren't there when I laid down the foundations. There's no way you're going to know where the depths of the waters are, and you're not going to know how big it is. And that premise alone backs up my observation that the Earth is much more massive than we've been told.
Well, Job also said that the Earth takes shape like clay under a seal.
Yep.
Sure. What he's talking about there is there's elevation. It's not a flat plane.
Exactly. It's not a perfectly. That's why flat Earth's a misnomer, right? Flat Earth was designed to interject into people's minds. Being foolish on that premise, like just as a plane would be, an extended plane without elevation, right? That's why I say, can you have a horizon line can you have a horizon line? Can you have equal points of elevation creating a horizontal path on an extended plane? So what I'm saying is that you have
when you rattle that thing off, man, it doesn't do me any good. Equal points of elevation. Because that is what the Globers say. Equal points of elevation.
That's what horizontal is, though. Equal points of elevation is horizontal, which is level. Right?
Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
Yes, but to get a horizontal path, you need 2 points of equal elevation to get horizontal.
No, horizontal's just horizontal. You don't need 2 points of anything to get. In order to get horizontal, you just need a tool called a level.
I know, but if you're going to make a horizontal path between 2 points, they have to have equal elevation, or else you don't have a straight line.
There can only be one horizontal. It's just a reference frame, horizontal and vertical.
I know, but if we're going to make a fence horizontal, we need equal points of elevation between them to get a horizontal path, right?
It's either when you make that fence, it will either be horizontal or not horizontal.
Yeah, when I build a fence,
you're going to make 2 pillars. You're going to make 2 pillars equal elevation.
Mm-mm.
That's your goal, to make it equal elevation between 2 points, so you can have a horizontal.
When I build a fence, I pull a string, and it's a straight line. it's not a horizontal line. But I set my post vertical, and then I put each 8-foot 2x4 on horizontally. All of these things are happening right there where I'm at, you know? And the end product is a horizontal fence. Did I drop out again?
No, he's still there. Still there.
So just to clarify, 2 equal points of elevation will not draw a horizontal line.
Yeah, it's just the way you describe it is very ambiguous.
2 equal points of elevation will create a horizontal path between the two.
But what is a horizontal path between the two? Are you going to walk down a trail or something?
So if I'm building a fence and I want the top of my fences to be a perfectly straight line, I'm going to mill 2 equal points of elevation between them.
He's just going to get a level.
That.
You're going to make. You're going to.
I understand. I understand. I'm just using the verbiage as because in reality, to get a level horizontal line, you need equal points of elevation between those 2 points. That's the only way to get level, and level is horizontal.
You could say things a lot more simply if you want people to understand them and not be ambiguous to confuse people.
Well, I'm asking the Globers this question. Can you have equal points of elevation creating a horizontal path on an extended plane?
Yeah, and they'll say no.
Yeah, they'll say hell yeah.
Then I'll
spherical geometry.
Then I'll say welcome to flat Earth because they're saying that the Earth isn't a globe at this point. Because you can't have equal points of elevation unless you curve the line. So when I say a horizontal path, that is not a curved line path. It's an equal level path between 2 points. So it's in the language that I'm using.
These are all back in the 90 views days.
But listen, boys, thanks for talking to me. I got to get something to eat here. It's been a pleasure. I'll be back.
Sweet.
All right, man. See ya.
I see all of these.
I didn't think that fucker would ever leave. I'm just kidding. Data, man. He's like, I don't know.
That's hard
maybe
work.
It's just.
It's hard work.
Yeah. Talking in circles.
Yeah, check this out.
Why not speak?
When he said about RC, I may have spelt it. I may have heard something a bit different, so I may have spelt his name a bit different.
RC. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
They all came together, right, at the same time. So it must have been RC's time to come round. And so there's loads of them there. Water level calibration. Can you remember that? These were all at the time when these are the Cleary ones.
The Cleary ones?
Yeah, you know, at the beginning, like at the intro.
Oh
time,
yeah,
right, yeah.
Yeah, I made a shocking discovery. Yeah.
So yeah, that's when RC was coming round. So I mean, like, yeah, a 2.5 hour obfuscation. Because that's it. That is RC's tactics, right? We have talked to just about every one of the Globe Defender heroes. At least the ones that talk. The trolls who never talk will never come and try.
I'll tell you what. We'll probably have conversations like that with Data. People like Data, Lemon, whoever. The ones who are Bible literalists, or either they're maybe Flat Earth Society, you know, and they want to come and push against us, but not defend the globe, even though they kind of do defend the globe because they speak about it continuously.
Yeah.
You know, that's probably where we're at.
Well, I'd say not to be bad on Data, and I mean, I know Data probably... we keep asking him, but I mean that is because I would say what Data does is very Flat Earth Society, right? Which we're here just talking about reality, and rather than coming along and joining in on the conversation about reality, Data wants to talk about a model and how other things don't work on a model. Well,
I'd love to listen to this back. I'm telling you, man, if you see how he stays on talking points, and definitely whatever extended, just an extended 2D plane. He talks about circle,
it's
in the
like I say, it's
Bible.
scripted.
Yeah.
They're on point, all of those little things. It's as though they're wrote down on a board. I mean, it's strange that he says that he writes stuff down in his book, because that's what it does sound like. It sounds like he's just reading.
When he talks to people, he says, I'm writing this down in my book. What you guys are saying is going to be in my book. Yeah. He puts him up in this important spot where people go, hey, Data, when you quote me, make sure you say this,
Yeah, compiling all of the arguments, right? Good, bad, funny, whatever. Just listing them all down. How do we
log and everything?
How do we work around this? I mean,
yeah.
So yeah, see all of those RC Meisty. I've been listening to some of those. And they're very revealing, right? Because we don't get to listen or to talk to the people now. Did say it'd be, they would stop coming round and doing all of that. So listening to all of these old videos, I'm going to have to bring the Zanuck one out.
Is there anybody out there that could defend the globe geometry? I mean, there's not.
No. There's no globe geometries. I've been saying it for ages. It's undefendable. So they're just going to have to disappear. Or not not have the argument.
Yeah, Ruhif tried and he flied away.
Well, that's what we might have to be bringing the Ruhif videos out, right? Like we were doing, like Banner does. He plays videos and goes over them with in like a lounge sort of area. Well, we might have to start doing that with these.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
All the old videos.
I'm not sure who you're talking about, but
well, just all of the videos that we've had. If we find something pertinent to the argument that's coming, like, I mean, imagine on Saturday tomorrow that a certain person happens to make a certain argument, right? And then we've got videos that we can go over that explain how little that this certain person knows about the actual geometrical and trigonometrical argument that they're talking about.
Right.
And then we could just go over that in like a lounge area in here. Right? We could put this video on, couldn't we? And go over it while we're in here, and then we could point out to people the direct points that, the obfuscation points that have been made, because it's bound to I think we've heard just about every argument that the globe side do have.
Yeah, and when we hear somebody talk, we can pick it to pieces, down to every single piece of a word, and you can see what they say. It's amazing.
Yeah, it must have been good over there at Brandon's. Rob seems to be still over there.
There's a lot of people in there.
Is Ruhif in there practicing, or is he?
No. Ranty, Rakia, Rob, SE, Adam Meekin, Bob Dole, Tom Wall, whatever. Hank Hill, Jimbo, Kosho, Paid Dasashill, Lemon, Crit, B-Ball,
Did Paid Nasty
Yeah.
Seal join here?
I don't think so. Unless he just did. No.
No.
They don't pay him enough to come
He
here.
did go over to On the Level. I think SE put an invite out, didn't he?
Probably.
He must have put an invite to On the Level, and I think Paid Nasty Shield decided he tried
I read.
there, but he's not good.
I read I read DP's comment. He said, "Thanks, asswipe," and then he also said, "He monologues more than you do."
What?
Talking about Data.
Gregory Data?
That's funny.
Whatever was talking about cardigan curvature. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, you said I know you'll like this one. Yeah, I heard that, but I was away. Cardigan curvature. Or was it saying Cartesian coordinates? I don't know what he was saying.
Yeah, he's the water level calibration. And we're gonna have to catch him next time when he. Remember that.
Yeah.
Definitely would be handy to know how to do that. I think I listened to that one the other day, the datum. And he's not coming back to the geometric argument, RC. I think he's tried.
No, RC? No, he didn't want to touch that shit. He was over at Jose's the other night, and I came in there and dropped those messages, and every time I did, he was just like, he'd been talking, but he would shut up every time. He would not address that. The Euclidean 3-space, can you define Euclidean 3-space? He would not touch that. I don't even know what he was talking about. Something else. It was not that.
So I've had a look over at
I lost that last bit. Are you there?
yeah.
You had to look over where?
I had to look over at I don't know. Forgot.
Over at Brandon's?
Yeah, I don't know.
It must have been a quick look.
Yeah, I was looking at a message and I just completely lost track of thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was looking at Conspiracy Cats thing, and there's nothing scheduled, but where would you see what they are scheduling,
I don't know, the whole thing is kind of...
It seemed like that other one, the septic one, was like a practice for him live streaming. Because I think this is meant to be a live stream, isn't it? This,
Yeah, they consider Septic like next level. Like they think he's the one who promoted FTFE into the big bucks. So
yeah.
That's who he is, or who they think he is.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to. He's not put it up there, and I don't know. It can't be on the other channel, can it?
He's got Baldy and Conspiracy, and he's got Agree to Disagree, and he's got Almost Believable, Almost Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's on Conspiracy Cats. See if it's Baldy Cats. 2 months ago. He's not done much on that one. Baldy Cats has been... Looks like he's been busy.
Yep. Trying to restructure.
Yeah. Wow. So there's nothing on Baldy Cats. Conspiracy Cats, not one either. I don't know. What was the other one?
Flatsoid said that Cats was getting quite a bit of resistance in that White Swan thing.
Really?
Yep, earlier.
I'm Cats.
And I'm Rancy.
Maybe there's comments on that video where he talks about what they're going to do on Saturday. Maybe there's a lot of people on there going, you know, that photo doesn't prove shit.
Ranty's mugged you off, you muppet. Could you get played by Ranty?
Yeah. Oh, I bet everybody over there on that side is like, oh my god, Cats is going to turn into a flurf.
Yeah, Cats is let Ranty do crunchy. Take numbers for him.
Mm-hmm. I wish you could show your photos and stuff.
Well, we'll wait until tomorrow. Do you reckon? I reckon it might not come tomorrow. I reckon it's just a big, you wait till Saturday. Oh, not this Saturday. Next Saturday. Just you wait till Saturday.
Yeah.
And, you know, it never comes. It's like the moon. Fucking, they go back to the moon. 2024.
Yeah, we could do that too, right? The globe utterly destroyed on Saturday. The end of the globe. You know, and people say, "Hey, what's up?" Yeah, Well, might do that next week. Yeah.
Yeah, he was washing his hair. You know, had a bit of a dodgy stomach. We'll do it again.
He knows he can get attention doing that. How many comments are on that video? Probably 500.
On which one?
On the Conspiracy Cats, where he announced the Saturday show. Who were they talking to?
Today.
Skeptic. I don't know if it was today or
Listen
the
to
whole
Buddy.
thing about the White Swan.
It's one day
Whatever.
ago.
Whatever.
That one's got 173 comments for the one we did with Septic, and
Mine.
Today is the day that a flat Earth will never recover from. 1,200 comments.
See?
Mm.
It's all about promotion.
It's all about flat Earth. Today is the day that flat Earth will never recover from. There's 44 comments on my one. Replies to mine, yeah. It might be the most replied to comment.
Yeah, it could be a marketing plan that maybe Skeptic is bringing, saying, do this, watch what happens, you have 1,000 comments, everybody will be anticipating the show, and you guys will actually show fuck all. But some people will miss the show, and they'll say, did Conspiracy Cats prove the globe? I didn't watch the show, but I heard he was going to do it.
Yeah. I put my comment, it's brilliant. Now you've debunked 2D Earth with a picture of some mountains. Can we start dealing with reality now, please? Let's start with a solid base to build up from. Level is horizontal, is provable in reality. So let's start with that. Get your top globe geometers together and we'll work out if you can meet the curvature requirements of a straight line or plane that's needed for your model. Good luck. So
yeah, that's a good comment.
Still up there, yeah.
If a glober came in here and said 2 points of equal elevation is horizontal, I would say you're trying to bend that on your model. Same thing Data said, right? A glober would say the exact same thing. 2 points of equal elevation on my equipotential spherical fantasy surface.
There you go. Only 6 likes. He must be, you reckon he can pay to get likes taken off my comments?
Well, we got a surprise, song here. I don't know if Buster wants to play it. We definitely have quite a few viewers, huh? Put Buster on the spot.
No. There's very few viewers at the minute, actually.
Who, me? Yeah, I can't right
Yeah.
now at the moment.
Oh, man. I was hoping you could play that.
I hate to play it when I'm not got it, like, formatted yet.
Yeah, he's clear. He's always like this, He's always pushing you to be too. You have to say to him,
Go
"No,
ahead.
Cleary, no, back off."
Yeah, I'm always like that.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm excited about it, but I like to have it a little more fine-tuned than what I got it right now.
Yeah. So what, you think it'll be another 10 minutes before you can sing it?
Yeah, give me 11.
That's cool.
My wife thinks you're trolling me.
Me? Me, a troll? No.
She didn't like it. She said, "Honey, that's not that good." I was like, I was kind of excited about it.
Yeah, it is good. She
I think
thinks it's country, though.
Yeah, I know. That's why I kind of like, I don't know. I would never play something country. I don't mind to have it.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I would never write something country as in pop country. But as far as that strumming pattern, I've always loved that stuff.
Dude, that's like Eddie Vedder to me. Just I don't know, toned down kind of rock. Not really.
Yeah, it's laid back.
Just chill.
Yeah. I mean, there's tons of people. I mean, there's even pop bands that use those strumming patterns. Yeah, man, I'm not a big Data fan, but, it is what it is.
Yeah, I like Data. I've known him for God knows how long. From way back.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it the guy's smart. I mean, he knows how to talk the right talk. It's just, I hate it when they start, after doing this and being in here so long around you guys and learning the things that we've learned, when a guy that's on the side he's on starts bringing up great circles, I just have to wonder what's going on, I don't know.
Shouldn't be any doubt, really. No.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, maybe something. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's kind of like Jeremy. He if you look over in Brandon's right now, his name's Concentric Circles. And he's doing that test based on great circles. It's the same thing. It's like, why do they keep pushing their arguments for him?
Yeah, the concentric circles is WS. It's a troll thing, right? It's meant to be parallel circles, or that's what they think, because they don't ever touch, right? But they're different curvatures.
Well, it's like what you said the other day when he he came in and he said plotting points, distance, and you're like, yeah, straight line. But what he don't understand is, as Kosho said it later on, wherever it was, I heard him saying it's along latitude lines. And we all know what a latitude line is.
Yeah.
It's like, don't fight their battles for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on Jose's, Kosho went on there, and Kosho was explaining Jeremy's test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing videos for him. It's like well,
you know what's weird?
What?
Real quick. Data's here this whole time, and he leaves, and guess who shows up? All right, go ahead, Buster.
Weird, isn't it? No.
Yeah.
No, it was just like when you pointed out to Jeremy, it's just, you're plotting a distance and that's a straight line. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I can see where the confusion could be. And as soon as he does any of these measurements, they're going to say, "Whoop! See there, latitude lines. He proved it for us."
Yep.
Is that Data again? Who just came in? Yeah, it's like when you come into this thing, everybody says, Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition. We are not them. And that's it. Then you get in here and you start messing around, talking to people, and you realize you can't tell the difference between which side they're on,
Yeah.
And then you go, where is Flat Earth Society? There should be Flat Earth Society videos and websites I can go to, but there's really nothing. Maybe, the WS thing, but, are they hiding? Are they not participating in the argument? Where are they?
They're participating.
Yeah, they've got to be in it, haven't they? Even just for fun, shits and giggles, right? It's trolls. That's what they would do.
I had never went on their website, the Flat Earth Society one, in the years I've been watching videos, looking into this stuff. And it wasn't until like 3 months ago I actually went on there. And it blew my mind, the people that were in the chat threads. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's the crazy, isn't it?
Uh, 90-degree palm, are you there? He must be chasing chickens or something.
No, he's checking his pinky up to the moon, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, it's the waxing moon right now, so probably not a good time to do it.
If he has a 90-degree palm, my God, he must have a huge hand, according to what Data said.
I just can't believe he keeps bringing that finger stuff up. I've heard it in passing from people, but nobody ever says it besides the fact that, hey, you can do this with your hand. That's about it.
Yeah, I still not got the use of it. I can't understand why anyone would want to measure a vertical angle in navigation.
I've never heard it. I've never heard it used in navigation whatsoever. The only time I've ever seen it or heard it brought up was the fact that it gives you a fairly general, pinky to thumb is 90 and the other one's, 15 or 40, but it's like a super generalized statement, like pertaining to just, it's, gives you an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I went around talking about that all the time, like 3 or 4 different times now, would you think I was stupid?
Yeah. I would think you were pushing a narrative, right? It was important for you to come over here and mention that. Then so at some date, somebody else could say, well, you've been told.
Yeah, that's
have
it.
Been told it by a few times.
That is the narrative. I am stupid. I am a flat earther. I'm talking about sticking my finger up and measuring angles.
You said sticking my finger up. I was like, oh gosh, what's coming next? Stick your thumb up your ass.
Ben said earlier, when have you ever used a body part to measure something? I was like, well.
No comment. Where Where's 90-degree Palm? He usually chimes in by now.
I don't know. You're not data. I know. I'm just joking with you. If you're playing Turn Up Quiet.
So are they not?
I don't know why. I don't know why Turnip's so quiet.
He's probably sleeping. Oh, he's probably taking French lessons.
Oh shit! I got him server muted. No, I'm just kidding. Y'all staying on here for a little while?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's
Well,
midnight.
maybe. Is it? Oh, it is that late, isn't it?
I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. UFC, Jake Paul fighting. I don't know. There's a question mark whether Jake Paul's still going to be fighting.
Have y'all seen him fight before?
No.
But he has fought, right? I mean, he's fought on televised.
Oh, yeah.
Logan Paul did, I thought.
I don't know. Who's Jake in it?
Is he the YouTube guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is, I guess. I just got to go get a shower so I can breathe.
Yeah.
Been breathing dust all day.
We're gonna put out tomorrow. Are you gonna be around for whenever this supposedly goes live? Because we'll do a listen with on.
Yeah.
Have they got a time set, like a premiere?
I haven't. Somebody said 3:00 UK tomorrow, which is, I don't know what that was your time for getting up,
So
clearly, right?
10 o'clock.
Something like that, yeah.
That's what Blood said, though. I'm not sure if he was certain about that. I'm not sure where he got that number from.
No, I don't know where he's got it from either. Unless he might have inside track, you never know.
You never know. Bloods has been around for a long time. He knows a lot of people. More than Merle, even.
Well, at least he doesn't name drop all the time.
Yeah. You got somebody to do a design real quick, I thought. FPV Angel, right?
Yeah.
Man, if DP can work out those graphics with that drop, I think that'll be cool.
That'll be like a job done, that, right? If we can.
Man.
We've been basing everything around the. Like, we've been doing the water level test, but in order to find the water level test, I think we've found one of the best geometric arguments that there is. For reality, right? It's just a logical argument to try and it's like a puzzle, and I'm sort of trying to work a way of writing it, you know, to get you onto the argument, right? Work a way to ask the question for the drop and the hump. Sort of like that water level thing.
Oh yeah, the middle.
Yeah, but without the middle, because you could sort of say you've got one guy with a water level and another guy with a water level. in between the two of them, and that's like a 2-mile water level, and they're both stood there, right? So you would say then this one is like neither higher nor lower than the other one, so that'd give you chance to put your two guys one at either side. Then you could have a 1-mile water level and just one guy looking out. What would happen? And then another guy from the other side. And you know that what everyone would say, it'd be on the horizontal. And everyone would, right?
Oh,
Apart
yeah.
from the baller.
Glarper.
The glarper. And then they'd be the ones that have the problem. And I'm just trying to work a way how to write it and draw it and get it all on one.
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Because I'm looking at this picture now, right? And it's either, is it a tangent or is it a chord?
The only way you can have, yeah. I mean, you've gotten that answer, tangent or chord from different people.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what you have to write across the middle, right? You know, I call it the axe design, right? I can visualize that picture now. In fact, I think it's in. Oh, where is it? Did we put it in here? Oh, maybe not. I'll put it here. I'll go and get it. Right, it does need changing a little bit, but in the live chat, the DP's mean.
Yeah.
Axe design, right? Then the line right across the middle should read horizontal, tangent, or chord.
Huh.
Because it's a tangent to the two red lines, but it's a chord to the green line. And both of those two are just imaginary. It's actually on the horizontal.
Yeah.
So the very question is, you know, like you lay it out, if we can lay it out in some way and then ask people, what do you think? Is it a tangent or is it a chord or is it just horizontal and are those two other shapes there just imaginary?
See, for me, it's like the middle one, of course, is the obvious thing, but to put it in a meme like that, the colored lines aren't getting the point across, I don't think.
No. You need the drop and the hump across there, and you need a water level, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think the boats help. I think a water
No.
level. But also, the water level needs to be explained. It's... maybe a picture of a water level, I don't know.
See, I don't have a problem necessarily with the boats because water's water. It would seem seems like he would do the blue line the other ways too. Like maybe like a bit of brown or black underneath the blue, but do the same for the hump or the drop. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just it's the green and the green and the red lines don't get the point across
geometrically with pencils, and then I can put a water level on it. I think if you were to draw a water level on there from side to side, just to show that it is level.
Man, for me, something like that for me, it's like 99% would have to be a gift to where like you fade in one guy with his water level, like say the curve, you fade in another guy, and then you split them up, or you know what I'm saying? Like you like within the fade in and out, you would orientate them to show the conundrum. To me, that would get more across than the picture of it, because not a lot of people are going to even understand what that's showing. I think. I don't know. Because it's like once if you had the guy with his water level, like fade in with just the single, and then a horizontal line showing the drop, show another guy opposite to that with his horizontal and drop, and then fade him to where it or orientate him to where it shows the conundrum.
We're gonna have to work through it on a storyboard, aren't we? Somehow.
I think so, because man, for me, I can picture it in my head, but I have no idea how to do graphics or anything like that. I mean, I can see it. I can see the GIF, and I think it would screw them up royally. Because Kosho laughed at it. He was like, if you're going to say you keep measuring drop each time, I'd laugh at you like a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
I'm like, but that's what you're saying. You keep physically measuring a drop each time you...
Yeah. I can't see the other one. I can't orientate myself not vertical in order to see a horizontal that's not horizontal, if you know what I mean. I can't do that. My brain will not allow me to do it.
Yeah.
But I know that the ballers, I know that they have that, obviously. It's there in their head. That's why they can't let us get away with it. Like they can't seem to understand why we don't get it. But I just don't. I can't. I can't do that vertical, not vertical, horizontal, not horizontal thing that you have to do. The concept of turning it. That one that Kosho did you see that one?
See, that's why I've had the hardest time with the hump. Like, I get where you're coming from, that you think that's like the better argument for them. Or not that you're saying it's a better argument, but that's the more logical on their side. I kind of get that. But for me, it's like that makes even less sense. I would rather argue, yeah, you just keep measuring a drop. No problem. I can deal with it. But for me, the hump one, like, you remember those old, like, the Michael Jackson video where he's leaning forward, like really far towards the floor, and then comes back up? You may have never seen that. I don't know. It was an old video he did, and he was like, his feet were somehow they.
He put a nail in the floor, and he had a special. So picture how like a screw and a thing. So he would kick his foot into this nail, and it would lock him in place, and then they could lean forward, and then you had to unhook it.
Right. So he had a hook. Yeah, it was like a little fashion thing, but he could lean super far forward and then come back. And like for me, the hump model, that's what it is. It's like to make the cord on the hump model, you have to lean yourself forward out of horizontal or vertical into a weird angle. I don't know.
Yeah, see that though. That's Kosho's.
That's the dumbest. See?
Yeah. So as long as they go in between even ones, those horizontals. So the horizontal from 1 to 7, 2 to 6, and the one at 4, the tangent one at 4. They're all horizontal. They're on the same. They're all parallel.
Yeah, he
So
didn't do 4 to 7.
Those horizontals are parallel, but the other ones aren't. They intersect. It's like, that's just crazy.
But there's problems with them. That's like you said. I didn't even realize that until you said it. But if you go 4 to 7, it shows the water going up and then dropping.
Yeah. Like every one of those. I think I've done the drawing of that. That is my Dornagon picture, right? The concept of water level. Because in between every one of those bits, you could have a water level from one end to the other. And you then have to draw every line from one to the other.
Sure.
Crazy. How you can draw it like that is... Surely at some point you'd have to go, nah, I'll not put that out. But yeah, they do. They go, yeah, that fits. Anybody says that it's not, just call them a flat earther. Call them stupid.
Well, see, well, when I looked at it, I saw it, it was like a few days ago or a week ago when he first posted it. I was like, why in the world did he put the numbers like that? You know, then I started looking. I was like, okay, 4 is the very middle one. But he had to have sat there and looked at it when he was doing the lines.
Well,
no, he's got the one line is showing 2 to 6. It is showing both. That's just crazy.
Yeah.
I think Kosho was doing lines when he thought this up.
Right. Well, you know, we've got a test called the straight line test, right? And that straight line has 5 sections, doesn't it? And then you move it over 200 meters. So when you double it up and do a reciprocal rectilinear test, what do you end up with? You end up with 7 pillars, don't you?
Yeah. 7.
So that's exactly what we're after. Now, how could you have that showing a straight line segment in the middle? All 3 of them matching up together. There's only one way, isn't it, to prove a straight line? But he seems to have put them on a curve. Because if you look at it, the centre one would be level, and the other ones are also level.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like that's been my problem when they say you drew a line from 1 to 7, and of course they'll say that's your chord, or that means not necessarily the level, the tube itself, but the water within it would have to be at a different angle than the vertical. To me, it's like it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Well, it's like you did with Sheeples. You tilted that glass.
Yeah.
And I think the penny dropped for him, but he hadn't been back since.
Yeah, he had to disappear for a bit. He's come back. He's come back, but I'm not too sure. Oh. Oh, whatever's got home in the chat. So he's asking Paige questions. I'm going to have to get going in a minute. So
Yeah.
Super Fliff, can you find your latitude by measuring the Higd of a North Star above the horizon? That's using the lights in the sky.
Where is this at?
He says at home now, not listening thought, watching the news. Well, don't let us keep you. Can you find your latitude by measuring the Higd of the North Star above the horizon? Measuring the height? No, you can't find your latitude by measuring the height of the North Star above the horizon. Doesn't work, does it? You would find your latitude by measuring the angle, not the height. We don't have an angular height, do we? That's the you can't add that to it. An angular distance, an angular size, and an angular height. Now that'd be handy. These angles are fantastic things to a glober.
Yeah, they
I
just
think
use
once
them
they found out that Alberuni could perform magic tricks with angles, the ballers thought, that's impressive. I'll have a go at doing that.
I mean, isn't that where the wizardry lies when he says the height above the North Star's height above the horizon? I mean, what's the measurement you're doing?
He doesn't know. He's just saying it. It's a wizard word, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, okay, I can measure the height of my hand off the ground.
Yeah. Do
But
it in fingers. Do it in nuggets.
Well, you measure horses in hands, so.
Depends how close you put your finger to your eye as well, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
You put your finger in front of your eye, it blocks the whole thing off.
I pinch your head off. I had a Glarper say that one time. He was like, "You should get yourself a telescope. You can measure these things, the lights in the sky." I was like, "What are you measuring with a telescope?" Well, you measure all sorts of things. It's easy to do. Just go get a telescope. And I'm like, well, what are you measuring? How are you measuring with a telescope? Of course, then it switched over to, well, now, we're using measurement in a colloquial sense. There's all sorts of different things. It's not just a measuring tape. Don't be so simple.
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna shut this live stream off. And we'll be back tomorrow to do a live going over of live reaction to the big news.
Heck yeah.
So, yeah, I'll shut this